Ready?
Maybe the gentleman who's present. Oh, no, after the consent agenda.
This one? Oh, no, this one.
Yeah. That item's approved.
Will you just remind me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Everyone ready? Good evening, everyone. Today is July 18th, 2023. It's Tuesday, 6:01 p.m. We are at 100 Polk Avenue here in the beautiful city of Cape Canaveral, Florida, at the City Hall Council Chambers for our regular meeting. I call this meeting to order. Councilmember Callum, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Kellum.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here. Everyone's here. Before we go into approval of the agenda as written, just want to thank you all for being here and for all of you who are listening online. I know it takes a lot to come out of your busy schedules and be a part of this, so thank you. And of course, to our city staff who help support and help make good decisions up here. So with that, we're about to get into the agenda. Are there any amendments that we would like to do with the agenda? Okay. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on. Take no action there. Got consensus? Any opposed, say nay. Okay. No action taken, consensus for the approval of the agenda as written. Now we'll move on to the presentations and interviews portion of our meeting. The first presentation is by Mr. Robert Bartow, Florida Manager of East Coast Greenway Alliance.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to give a quick introduction to Mr. Bartow, like the Mayor said, he is the Florida Manager of the East Coast Greenway Alliance. He's going to speak to some of the work that city staff did with him, as well as a representative from the Space Coast TPO, what the East Coast Greenway Alliance is all about, and how it impacts the city in terms of supporting, designating some of our pathways to the East Coast Greenway.
Wonderful. Thank you for that introduction, Lexi. Thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here tonight. As Lexi mentioned, my name is Robert Bartow. I am the Florida Manager for the East Coast Greenway Alliance. I'm just going to go ahead and do a quick high-level overview of our organization and sort of what our mission is and our goals. And then I'll zoom into the state of Florida and the city of Cape Canaveral specifically, and I'll be sure to leave plenty of time for questions at the end as well. So the East Coast Greenway Alliance was founded in 1991, so we've been around for a long time, but we're a pretty small nonprofit organization. Our home office is in Durham, North Carolina. Our route, if you can go to the next slide, our route goes all the way from the Canadian border in Calais, Maine, all the way down the Atlantic seaboard to the southernmost point in Key West, Florida. So that's a lot of ground to cover. It's roughly 3,000 miles of biking, walking trail, connecting communities, existing trails, and the best current roadway networks to make accessible a public space for everyone who wants to travel, who wants to get to work or enjoy just physical recreation without having to use a motorized vehicle. So you can think of it, a easy comparison is the Appalachian Trail, but of course, what's always been so different and so unique and powerful about the Greenway as a vision is that we specifically try to go to cities where people live and some of the densest places on the entire country. We go through New York City, we go through Washington, D.C., but we also go through small local communities all throughout the country and in Florida as well. So on the bottom of the slide here is just a link to our Greenway Design Guide. That's a publication we've put out, I've shared with city staff, and happy to talk more in detail, but it's very comprehensive about both the ideals of the Greenway, what we consider a designated protected trail, and all of our various design standards and signage. But I won't try to get too into the weeds about that tonight, but I recommend checking out our website at your own leisure to learn more about it and see what we have. Next slide, yep. So this just shows a different view of our route. I should definitely stress that the East Coast Greenway is very much an aspiration, it's a vision. Our route is the best current network if you wanted to try to do the route or any section of it today. So it's not completely off-road and on-trail, but we've had incredible growth really just in the past few years. The pandemic got more people outside using trails than ever before and really showcased the need for these trails in communities as a place where people can get outside. And so currently we're over 1,000 miles complete in the entire country. That's going through every state in the Greenway. And that's a little more than 30%. So we've come a long way from our humble beginnings, but there's still a long way to go. But thankfully, both federally and in the state of Florida, the state government, there's a lot of incredible momentum and programs and funding available for trails right now. And it really feels like kind of a watershed moment for trails and for the Greenway. So we're really excited. So just some quick facts about the Greenway. As I mentioned, it goes from Maine to Florida. It's about 3,000 miles long. It goes through 15 states plus Washington, D.C., connecting over 450 communities, be that towns, cities, counties, and annually over 50 million visits to looking at the Greenway as a whole. Obviously, that's the individual segments of it. But taken as a whole, that actually makes it by far the most visited park facility in the entire United States. So something we're proud of. We're always getting the word out. Our signage, which I'll talk more about, you can see, I can also pass it around. We have a number of different signs, but I always like to highlight this. We use these as wayfinding for people on the trail. So these are found everywhere in the Carolinas, in New York State, everywhere along the route. And I love to highlight because no matter where you are on the Greenway, you know where you're headed from Maine to Florida. So we are the southern terminus of the trail where people either end or begin their journeys on the East Coast Greenway. And it's all about getting people down here to experience all of the amazing amenities that we have alongside the trail. So some quick highlights. I know we're already halfway through 2023, but these are some of the biggest things I want to hit on that we accomplished last year. We had almost 70 projects that advanced, representing over $200 million in investments. We had 18 new segments designated, including 2 here in Florida. We had 4 federal raise grants for Greenway projects, and this one actually, since they have announced the 23 recipients, we actually increased that number and got 6 raise grants, including 1 here in Florida in the city of Port St. Lucie. We had our first ever through runner. Shan Riggs is pictured here. He did the entire 3,000 miles in just a little under 3 months, completely on foot. He ran basically a marathon every day for 80 days straight. No one had ever attempted something like this before. He didn't have any kind of support vehicle or crew. His only support was his now wife, then partner, who accompanied him on this trip with a bicycle with a trailer, carrying all of their stuff. So incredible, got a ton of great press and attention to the Greenway. Actually, since he completed it at the beginning of this year, we had our first ever through unicyclist. A young man named Avery Suter did the entire route on a giant 3-foot tall unicycle with the bag strapped on and everything. And again, he got a lot of really good attention. And there's all kinds of people that are making this journey, doing the entire route, we're in various sections, couples, families, people with dogs. There's more attention and more press to the Greenway than we've ever had before. But that last bullet point there, if you can see, is one that I really want to highlight because we do give a lot of attention and support to our through trekkers, however they're doing it, because it's such an epic and incredible feat. But that last picture there, 62 million people live within 25 miles of the Greenway. And I really like to highlight that because although this is a tourism driver, people visit, people plan trips to do sections of the trail, the number one person that use these individual trail segments that make up the Greenway are the residents of the communities where they live. They're going on their lunch breaks, you're walking your dogs before or after work, you know, families with strollers. It's really a community asset, and the residents of these communities where the Greenway is built fully reap the benefits of it. So zooming in to Florida, this shows the route is roughly 600 miles from the state line in St. Mary's, Georgia, all the way down to Key West. It passes by Jacksonville. The major metros are shown here. You also can sort of see, it's maybe not the biggest picture, but the gray inland route from St. Augustine to Titusville is our complementary route, which is the St. John's River to Sea Loop, which is just basically an inland version. In an ideal world, either side of it would be completed and equally enjoyable, and it's really just if you want to experience inland Florida with the springs and tree covers, or if you want to do the coastal route and see A1A and the beaches. But here in Brevard County, the Greenway is in various states of completion. In Titusville, they have the East Coast Central Regional Rail Trail, which actually runs for almost 50 miles. I think it's the longest single stretch of trail in the entire state. Further south in Melbourne, on the beach side, A1A has a path that's designated. And then currently our route goes inland and for much of the county is not designated as off-road protected trail. That's why this potential for Cape Canaveral to participate and have Greenway designated is so important, because there is currently a gap in our route in mid-county. And this bullet on the bottom here, Senate Bill 106, so this is actually probably the most important thing that I'm going to talk about tonight. There's a lot of different funding sources that we try and harness and connect our partners to, both federally and through state and local funding. But this bill that was passed in this previous session, for those that don't know, SunTrails is the Department of Transportation's shared use non-motorized trail program. It is a dedicated pool of money that was established by the legislature in 2015 to build trail projects like the East Coast Greenway, not just the Greenway, but we are on their priority list, to build trail projects all across the state. And this year, this session, they actually passed a bill doubling its annual budget from $25 million to $50 million a year. And for this year, as a one-time infusion of cash into the program, $200 million are available to SunTrail program recipients. And that is a huge pot of money. As almost no other state along the Greenway route has dedicated DOT dollars like Florida does. Our neighbors Georgia and South Carolina are in a much worse space as far as state recognition goes. And by aligning the East Coast Greenway, by naming and claiming the Greenway as your route through your trails that already exist in the city of Cape Canaveral, you then open up and access this funding and are able to leverage those funds for future projects, whether it's improvements to your complete streets plan or building up these trails even more. But it's really it's an incredible opportunity. This kind of legislation has never been seen in any other state along the Greenway, and it's definitely something that I talk about everywhere I go. I am based here in Brevard, but I work all up and down the state, from Jacksonville all the way down to Miami. But the fact that Cape Canaveral is right here in my backyard, I think it's really special and a really great opportunity for the city to pursue. So yes, so moving into the city specifics, this shows the proposed alignment of the Greenway through the city. It's about 2.3 miles total, which is pretty significant actually, considering the size of the city of Cape Canaveral. If all three of these segments are approved and designated, then the Greenway will essentially be complete in the city limits, which is a huge accomplishment. Not very many cities anywhere along the Greenway can say that it's completely done within their city limits. This actually, it's not shown on this map, but this connects to a trail in the port at George King Boulevard that was actually designated almost a decade ago and is sat basically waiting to be connected and built out. I should say that the Greenway designation, which we can move forward with essentially immediately, but our map on our website and our current on-road routing won't reflect this until improvements are done to State Road 528. because 528 currently is a restricted access road. But next year, there is a highway DOT project to begin right-of-way acquisition for improvements to 528. They're rebuilding the bridge, and they are including protected, dedicated bike pedestrian facilities. So construction, I imagine, would be a few years out from that, but they are on board, and we want the city to be ready to be able to take access of this now. So it's very heartening to have city staff and city residents reach out and want to be a part of this greenway. We definitely want to work with you. We take that enthusiasm. We want to do, a ribbon cutting and a press release and a celebration of this great trail that is here in the city. So just, I'm sure most of the council are familiar with these paths, but zooming in, the way we are designating and breaking up, it's essentially 3 segments, which, while distinct, make a continuous path. Starting from the port, Atlantic Avenue is the 8-foot paved concrete side path that runs along Atlantic. There's lots of amenities there, including the Pocket Park, I believe is the terminology, which has a Little Free Library, a Little Free Pantry. It's got a bike repair station. It has the bus stop. It's just a great amenity for locals using it, as well as through travelers if they need a place to stop, get some water, what have you. Central Boulevard is currently a 7-foot bike lane, and then it also has a sidewalk. This section may need some more enhancements from the city to be fully designated. Our design guide typically likes to see trails with some kind of separation from traffic, whether that's flex posts or median, but certainly the route as it is it feels very safe. It's comfortable for users to walk and bike on, and I think submitting it as part of the Greenway now opens it up for future improvements if those are deemed necessary. And then Ridgewood Avenue, which goes from Central all the way down to the city line. Obviously, it has tons of beachfront access. It also goes by, the pickleball courts, the library, just all of these great amenities that the city already has connected them to part of this greater network. So yeah, this slide here, this is in no way a comprehensive list of our partnerships. But I just included this because so much of the work that I do as an advocate, working to design, to build, and promote this trail, so much of it is reliant on relationship building and partnerships. And we have a lot of really powerful partners here in the state of Florida, as well as nationally and federally. But the TPO, Space Coast TPO, we work very closely with, and they have a lot of great trail projects in the pipeline, and they are supportive of the Greenway as much as they're able to. And I really look forward to and hope that the city of Cape Canaveral will be another one of these amazing trail town stewards and partners for the Greenway. I believe that is my last slide. I wanted to leave plenty of time for questions. Here's my contact information as well. I also have business cards, and I toured with city staff and the Space Coast TPO the entire length of the trails in the city a couple of weeks ago. It looks great. We took tons of pictures. If everything goes according to plan, I will be able to submit the designation for the city of Cape Canaveral at our September board meeting, which are recorded, and I should be able to make invitations if we want some city staff to be there at that meeting to speak out in favor of the city of Cape Canaveral. But that is the Greenway in a nutshell, and I thank you again for having me tonight, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartow. Anyone have any questions for him?
No question, but Mr. Bartow, your organization did present to the TPO, and I was able to attend that, and it's very exciting to see what can be done here. So,
Absolutely. Yes.
I know down the road, our city's looking into redoing Central. So if we put the part of the trail that needs to be there, the upgrades, is there funding that we could use for that from this?
Yeah, I believe so there's a couple of requirements with the DOT, which we're in DOT District 5 here. They have a SunTrail specific representative that can talk through it. But essentially, yes, if the requirements for the SunTrail program are met, which, the Greenway, this route is a priority in the city's long-range plan or comprehensive plan, then yes, I do think that this would be eligible for improvements. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, our map and our route is a living route. It is subject to change. We do have an internal envisioned route based on our best knowledge of coming projects and long-range plans. And certainly the section on Central that would be considered on-road, as it were, I think is a very great candidate for future improvements and would not be very hard to make up to our top greenway standards. I mean, our mapping tool, we just rolled out a new feature showing levels of stress because, again, not to punch down, but mostly in Georgia and South Carolina, our route, unfortunately, just because there's nowhere else to go, routes along US 17, which is a horrible, terrifying road to drive on. I mean, the speed limit is 55 miles an hour, there's no shoulder. So Central Avenue is not that. Central Avenue is a place where you would take your kids and feel safe to walk down with a stroller or, someone in a wheelchair, which is kind of our standard of, accessibility and inclusive. We don't just want to cater to the hardcore road cyclist, even if those do make up, a large part of our users. So,
Thank you.
yes.
I just want to say thank you for coming, and I think it'd be an asset for our city.
Yes, and if I may, for the future record, I live in Cocoa Beach. Actually, don't hold it against me, but I really hope that the city, Cape Canaveral, can be a leader and maybe inspire your neighbor to the south to step up and try and be a part of this as well.
Thank you, and I am a user. I bike ride a lot around the city, and this is an easy route for me. And so I definitely support this, and hopefully we'll get it done. The sooner the better. Thank you.
Wonderful.
The missing link, Port's connected, but to the south, where there's a gap between this proposed site and where's the next connection?
Yeah, so there is, I believe, like a very long-range A1A improvement, which would be the route, but probably once the beach connection is made and you can cross over 528, it probably would route out down Ridgewood. It becomes Ocean Boulevard, that same road to the end of it where it ends at that hotel, and then it would unfortunately basically push you out on the A1A, and that would be the route going south or coming from the north, basically all the way to the county line. So,
Robert, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Fully support this project. And thank you, Lexi. Great. No further questions? Good.
wonderful. Thanks for having
Thank
me.
you.
And Mayor, if we could do a photo op after the consent agenda item
Absolutely.
approves for this, before this gentleman leaves.
And just to add one more thing to the context of the East Coast Greenway and supporting the incorporation of our path into the Greenway, it is part of our resiliency action plan. It's one of our preparedness targets. So it's specifically put into something that council adopted back in 2021 as a project. So it just kind of is really aligning our mission statement, our vision statement, and our resiliency action plan, just as well as, the qualities that we want to have in our community when it comes to multimodalism and quality of life. So, thank
Thank
you.
you. Okay, that's great. Looking forward to seeing that progress. And yes, if I need to call Mayor Malik or this council, we're all out. We're an active council, so we've all heard the need and
Just
let them know.
go to the city manager and get on the agenda, sir.
Yes. Okay, the next is interview an applicant for appointment to the Board of Adjustment. Louis Brewer. Mr. Brewer, if you're going to come forward here, and our city attorney's just got a few questions for you, and then we'll get started. City attorney?
Good evening, Mr. Brewer. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
All the information in your application is true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Please explain to the council why you would like to serve on the Board of Adjustment, and be sure to hit your relevant experience, please.
Well, I just want to be of help and service if I can. I bought here in Solana Lake in 2014 and was a snowbird for a few years. And we moved here full-time, and it's our only home as of 2021. And I've been in public service a bit in my lifetime. I actually retired from Patrick after 22 years in the Air Force. while I was here, I was the staff judge advocate, which is like the chief attorney for Patrick. I was very involved in the CivMil organization, Civilian Military Alliance here, which is just one of the most impressive, unique organizations I've seen. The relationship between the military and the civilian community in Brevard County was just top notch. So I've been coming back here on vacation over the years, and this is where we decided to retire. In the meantime, when I left Patrick, I went back to West Virginia. That's my home. It's where I grew up, where I went to school. Became an administrative law judge for the state for about 7 years. And I went from there to being general counsel for the State Ethics Commission, which is conflicts of interest and open meetings, things like that. And then after 4 years as general counsel, I became the executive director, so I was the manager of that organization. Retired from state government after a total of 15 years, worked for a law firm, primarily as a litigator in labor and employment law and government relations. And then went out on my own, and now I'm an arbitrator and mediator, and so I do only alternative dispute resolution. So this position, it kind of fits in with what I do as far as being someone that's involved with dispute resolution, holding hearings, writing decisions, hearing complaints and grievances and so on.
Thank you. Very lucky to have you serve on this board. As we tell all folks, we know the time that it takes, and it is arguably one of the most important, especially when the time calls, as you are well aware of. And so thank you for sharing that background. I'm glad our city attorney asked you. And of course, we got to see your application. But at this time, council, do we want to go down the line? Any questions for Mr. Brewer?
Welcome to Complaint Central.
Well, I've met the other people on this board already when I went to their meeting, and you've got some really great experience there. They may not be lawyers and they may not be judges, but they have a lot of knowledge about zoning and things like that, real estate law. That's very, very helpful. So I feel really comfortable that I'll be able to work with those folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I guess you're kind of new, 2014, so welcome.
I just tried to go back to 1991 when I came here from Korea and started learning about the Space Coast.
I have to ask you, are you one of the pickleball players over there at
Yes, I
Solano
am.
Lakes on
I'm a
Tuesdays and Thursdays?
Yes,
I have heard all about
I'm
them,
still
thank
sweating
you.
from this morning.
And
Yes.
I have been invited. I have been invited to play there, so I was just curious.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your service to our country, and it looks like you're more than well qualified, and, you know, it's great to have people in our community that want to step up and be involved and help us out in the city. Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Brewer, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. With those done, we're now going to move to the public participation portion of the meeting. If you'd like to speak, we ask that you please fill out a card. It's at the front and provide it to our officer. And/or if you're listening at home and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. I will recognize you and unmute you. We have 3 minutes. When the light goes green, the 3 minutes begins. At the yellow light, we've got about 30 more seconds, and we ask that you please wrap it up when the red light turns on. And with that, I have only one card at this time, and that is Mr. John Benton.
I don't think he's here.
Okay,
Oh, there he is.
Mr. Benton? Can I go last? You are the first and the last, sir.
Well, I'm here because you guys haven't given me my code reduction hearing. Your board laughed at me, they mocked me, thought I was homeless, and I had a cop in a unit next to me, and he was up there more than I was, but you didn't find him guilty of living in the damn warehouse. You signed a trespass order on me because Judge Crawford asked me to bring a sign from the courthouse because he didn't like to look at it. And what did it say? Attorney Kim Cobb is Mayor Randall's nasty wussy to grab. And you guys trespassed me for it. What happened? You get a Pope sign, don't you? You know what free speech is, man.
Mr. Benton, if you just,
Jesus Christ was homeless, and you're going to sit up there and laugh and give me the maximum fine?
you have a
Shut up,
microphone.
Wes.
Can you? I believe you are finished, so thank you.
I'm not leaving because he's taking me. I was already headed out.
All right. That concludes the public participation portion of the meeting. See no hands raised, we'll go ahead and close that. Moving on to the next item here. Budgetary item number 1, resolution number 2023-13, adopting a tentative proposed millage rate for the levy of ad valorem taxes for the fiscal year 2023-2024 on all taxable property located within the city of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida. This is what we were, big purpose of the budget workshop was to show the budget that would support this millage rate. We got to see some examples of if we change that millage rate from the flyer that they put together, the types of deficits and/or reductions we'd have to make, middle ground. And so at this time, this is a resolution. I will go ahead if needed and see if our city manager has anything or city attorney that we want to discuss or share.
No, sir.
Okay, council, the city manager recommends to adopt resolution number 2023-13. Fortunately, we got through this in the budget workshop. I don't need to say much more, but I would like to see us lower this rate. And if anyone would be interested in lowering it, I would like to talk about that. And if not, I won't waste anyone's time. We can move on. And I don't think explaining the reasons will necessarily be needed, but if you'd like to hear why, I'm happy to share. So thank you. Any questions?
No, I just want to make a comment. I support this at this time, and my reason being that I think that if we want to get it down a little bit, we can do that in future meetings. But at this point, I'm ready to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2023-13.
Okay. Got a motion by Councilmember Raymond, or excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, and a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt the resolution as written. Thank you for making that motion. Let's work and focus on that. If there's any discussion on that or any debate, now would be the time.
I just want to make a comment that we're making it a ceiling by
Correct.
adopting it, so we can only go down.
Yep.
Any other discussion, debate?
I would just like to say, I realize, we have to adopt a number tonight. I would like to see us do the middle of the road. And only because, people talk about workforce housing, affordable housing. And the residents I talk to say, we have more hotels, but our taxes keep going up. We talk about affordable housing and, people that own houses or apartment buildings, when their taxes go up, it goes down to the people that are renting and trying to survive here. We're pricing out our senior citizens and our workforce housing. So anything we can do to lower the taxes, I think is worthwhile. I realize where we are and with inflation, how things have changed, but, I would like to see us go to the middle of the road. That's all I got.
Thank you. Yes. My only comment with the motion on the floor is I do not, from my math, do not believe that these calculations are correct. So the resolution under Section 1, under Section 2, where the calculated percentage, and it's in Section 3, each time it mentions or references a calculated percentage of the change in the rate, from the way that I calculated, which I accept I might be incorrect, these numbers are too low. My calculation of the general, when you add both together, the increase in the rate is 9.84%. Sorry, I was scribbling. It's a higher rate. So 9.84 opposed to 8.98 is the difference in the new rate compared to the rollback rate. The change, and then the breakdown changes. The library, I believe I have at 10.2% increase. And so that's my comment. My hope is that that is triple checked, double checked. And I solved that by taking the formula of 3.2517 mils and subtracting it from the total millage, dividing it by the original value, and then multiplying that by 100. That's how. So if you do that approach, I believe you've come up with a different number. If that's not the approach, that's it. So
Could I speak?
absolutely.
Yeah, I went ahead and used the same computation method. I did both methods, one the way the mayor's doing it and the other method. And then I went back to last year that the state approved for the methods that I used that they validated, and my numbers are correct. So, and here's the one from last year, and I just did the formulas, and it says 3.71 here for last year. And then I applied that and did it the same way for this year, and it's the 8.9. So,
Does the state of Florida tell you the formula on how to calculate a change
what the
in
state
number
of
as a
Florida will do-
percentage?
What they'll do, yes, they'll do that.
What
And,
is that formula that you used?
There's two ways you can do it. You could take the 3.2 divided by the 3.5, and that comes out to
Hold on, I want to just
take the
make sure I follow this. You're saying you take the 3.25 rollback rate?
Yeah, and divide it by 3.5716. And then whatever that is, just minus 1, and you'll come up with the 8.9568.
9568, that's not what you have.
8.9568, that's what
Yeah,
I'm,
that was my, so that when I said that it was at 8.9, I didn't write this, but, you have
8.9568.
oh, for section 1, I'm sorry.
Section 1, I don't even know if I think it's really only required for section 1. We do it for all sections to show what the difference is, whether it's an increase or decrease. But anyway, so the formula I use is correct. And even if you use a formula of taking the 3.2517 minus 3.5716 and divide it by the 3.2517, it still comes out to the same number. Or the 3.5716, I should say.
I'll conclude on this.
Yeah.
I have my
Yeah,
calculator. Let's just take the total general. 3.2517 divided by, this is the approach that I believe you said, 3.5716? Is that what we do?
3.2517 divided by 3.5716
5716, okay.
is
and
0.924, and then
I know
minus-
it's 0.91 on my calculator, which might be wrong.
0.91, and now subtract that from 1,
Minus what?
minus 1,
Minus 1.
and it comes out to 8.9568.
That's not how I calculate a change in percentage.
Well,
Oh, well, hold on, I see what you did there. We can move forward. I don't want to waste any more time on it. I think that Yeah, I was always trained, you subtract the two, you divide it, maybe it gets to the same approach.
It
Even
is the
downloaded
same
one of those
approach.
apps
It
that
gives you the same number, yeah.
showed, so, okay.
Okay, all right.
Motion on the floor is to adopt it as written. I don't support it. I think that it's a, yes, I understand we can't go higher, but, or it's just a cap, but it's 15% higher, almost 16% than last year's increase. And so much of the revenue we have is grant funded, 5-6 million. So when we talk about inflation, the inflation was addressed with ARPA money, recovery, all these grants that we're seeing. So I think halfway would be much better. I think we can do more, but if we don't have anyone wanting to lower it, we can move forward. Those are my final comments. Any more questions, debate? Okay. City Clerk, you got the motion on the floor as written?
Yep.
Go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Davis?
For.
Councilmember Kellum?
Against.
Mayor Morrison?
Against?
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
For.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay. Resolution passes 3-2.
See you tomorrow.
Now we are moving on to, thank you all and thank you. Let's see, consent agenda here. We have consent agenda items 2 through 7. If there are any of those that we want to pull, please let me know. I've got, I'd like to pull number 6, please. And I'd also, that's the only one that I'd like to pull. Any others, council?
I would like to pull number 7
Okay, items 6 and 7 are pulled.
and number 5.
Number 5, 5, 6, 7, and that leaves 2, 3, and 4. Council's okay with those 3? We can go ahead and vote those through.
Make a motion to adopt for 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt consent agenda items 2, 3, and 4. Anything else? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right. Items 2, 3, and 4 pass 5-0, which including in those was the resolution number 2023-10, appointing, 2023-14, endorsing the designation of the Cape Canaveral Trail segments from the presentation we just heard. And council, I think if we can come forward and take a photo, is that what you'd like? Okay,
Yes, if
great. Thank you.
Council, Mr. Bartow and Lexi could line up front. Lisa will take a picture.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone from staff?
Just Lexi. Mickey, are you going to be joining them for the photo?
I'm reading.
Thanks for having me. Does anyone want to hold the sign? I got some props here. Yeah. So that's our ground base, so that actually goes on the trail. That's our standard. Sure, right here.
Yeah, we try to center up on
I don't want to block it. All right. I have such a problem. Oh. I'll have to tell the director that he'll get a kick out of that.
Okay, thank you all for your patience for that. That's exciting. And now we are back to the consent agenda item number. Makes sense, I think, to go in order here. I think number 5 would be the first one. Councilmember Kellum. If you're ready, I think
Yes,
that was the
thank you.
first, yep.
I just had some concerns or questions about the, when we passed the, approved the proposed resilience-based project funding matches, it was my understanding that it would be for pumps and things that would help with flood mitigation, and then I see these expenses for 2 F-150s that are solar powered, and my questions are, what is the maintenance on these? How often do you have to change? I mean, I know the batteries in these are a huge thing. And as far as, down the road, is this, I know the solar panel or the solar energy thing will come around, but do we need these right now with, is there other things we could spend the matching grant money on, pumps or whatever? So just that kind of, that's my concern is.
The initial projects that you saw earlier this year were for HMGP funding that was opened up associated with Hurricane Ian. HMGP funding comes off of the back of a declared disaster. So after every declared disaster, there's funding that gets opened up that's allocated because of that disaster. The funding that we're looking at today on the consent agenda is off of Hurricane Nicole. So it's a separate set of proposed projects. And additionally, because it goes from our municipality through our county local mitigation strategy and then up through state and federal funding, which is what this HMGP program is, it does need Brevard County backing. And currently what Brevard County is focusing on is continuity of services, which these are projects that kind of assist with that. So essentially what you're referring to as the Ford purchases, those could operate as something called a V2X or a V2B system, which counts for vehicle to everything or vehicle to building systems. So those Fords basically operate as a portable generator. They can run a building, they can run a house, like a standard house, for about a week.
Wow.
And I'm not talking like your fridge, maybe a fan and a porch light. I mean your house for a week.
Wow.
We saw one in operation at, I think, late last year. We had a movie on the green. The event was run by a resident's F-150, a Lightning. Yeah. So myself and Zach, we actually got to see one that was brought out by the city of Orlando, their facilities manager. They have like the top of the line model. It's very comfortable. We wouldn't be necessarily looking at something quite that high end. However, the flexibility and adaptive response of it is really what we'd be going for as a project for HMGP and for hazard mitigation when it comes to those post-disaster needs and operations. Currently, for the vehicle to building system, we'd be wanting to look to integrate essentially charging infrastructure to run the Public Works Administration building, so that we can take that off of the plant generator, freeing up capacity of that generator to run the plant, as well as have one kind of on reserve for mobile operations, and then potentially attaching it to the C5, the community center, to create programming for like a resilience hub for post-disaster operations for the community itself, as opposed to our critical municipal infrastructure. And then as for the solar power or the solar project, that is a phase 1 project that will then be basically battery ready for the BCSO building itself, again, for critical operations in the event that we lose power there. Right now, we do have a generator there, but this would be essentially an additional redundancy in the event of needed backup. So this is just for the solar capacity of it, not for the energy storage system, because we don't have that spec'd out yet. But essentially, if we were to appropriate this funding through HMGP and show that we support it in our budget, and if we were to be awarded that grant, it would be the phase 1 of a really kind of robust and redundant system for our Brevard County Sheriff's Office in the event of power loss.
Gotcha. Would one of those trucks run the community center? The whole center?
Probably not the whole center. Probably not the whole center.
That's a lot of power.
And there is an integration system that needs to be permanently attached to the building that it services, or not permanently, I'm sure you can, uninstall it and reinstall it somewhere else, but it would basically belong to that building. It wouldn't be something that we could it's not as simple as just like plugging it into the building and
would
running
have
the
to be-
building off of the truck. There's a little bit more infrastructure and conduit associated with it. So we would basically, part of that purchase includes that installation at the Public Works Services Administrative Building.
That was my next question. And then in our budget, I see there's money for portable generators. So do we need those portable generators and these 2 trucks?
So we do have a number of operations that are susceptible and vulnerable to the threats of natural disasters. Some of those generators or one of the generators that you're referring to from previous application, so Hurricane Ian, is just kind of to have on standby as well. And then the other portable component were pumps essentially for continuity of service for our lift stations, for our wastewater treatment, as well as a flood mitigation pump.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to just say that I support this initiative. I feel that this is the reason why we have been nationally recognized for our sustainability and resiliency, thanks to our 2, Zach and Lexi. I'm very proud of you. Every time I get a chance, I brag about you to anybody who will listen. And I just want to say thank you very much, and thanks. We do need to be progressive and move forward because we've started something. I think when we start something, we need to complete it. Thank you.
Any other comments, council? Good, okay. My only thing is, yes, I am very excited about this. Thank you. This is just the submitting the grants.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is essentially asking for approval to submit for these grants because or to approve the projects, or proposed projects for the proposed budget. Because this is one of the projects that Jenny mentioned earlier that was not part of the initial budget proposal. But additionally, we would come to council to ask permission to apply anyway, as there is a match requirement. We would carry 25% of the burden and the other 75% would come from federal dollars. If it puts anybody else at additional ease, we are constantly looking for non-COFR match. We don't want it to come out of our pockets as much as possible, so we could provide, as long as we find other grant opportunities, we could basically supplement our 25% responsibility with other non-federal matches. We're actually looking into the rebates that are available for renewable energy production as well as battery storage. For some of the projects to see if it'd be applicable. I think technically they're federal dollars, but there's some kind of caveat to it that may make them eligible as part of our 25% match, which would be awesome.
Yes, and I do understand, trying to prioritize, but if we did the math on these projects, and we'll see, I think they are going to see one of the quickest return on investments.
Yeah.
Very undeniable, because this will be the first building that we've done that has existing use with solar. So the community center, we didn't know because it was new construction. Same thing with, I guess C5, it was the old city hall, but it's renovated in different components, right? Cape Center, sorry. C5 Cape Center. And so this one, this roof was solar ready intentionally or unintentionally by being a standing metal seam, 50 years. So I'm really excited. And I don't know what the sheriff's department spends every year on their electric bill from that particular meter. Did we find that out?
Zach might know that off the top of his head. I don't.
I think it's about $600 a month. So
Okay.
we're looking at over 100. We're actually looking at 112% offset. So we'll be making more power than the building will be using. So I think it had a return on investment within under a decade if you included the IRA reimbursements.
Yep. So it was $7,000, $8,000 a year, roughly.
Something like that, yeah.
Right, and so this system is priced at
It's about 154,000 with no
What-
IRA tax rebates. With it, it was down to about 110.
How much is the solar? I just had it. I lost it. 70, oh, right here. It's the 70, yeah, it's 175,000, including contingency, yes. And so what people do is they go, oh my gosh, I'm spending, just say it's, I don't know, $7,000, $8,000 a year. It's gonna take a long time to make that 175,000 back. But that's not, when you layer in all these incentives, the IRA, like you were saying, and think about this, that money is flowing from our Brevard County Sheriff's Department to Florida Power and Light for a service, basically renting electricity, it's providing a service. Now, they're gonna basically pre-buy the power and have it for 25 years. And so in 10 years, that $7,000 bill will probably be higher. And our first responders will probably save several $100,000 in avoided electricity costs that they can put back into their first responders and protect and serve. And so I'm committed to help communicate that to the citizens and being battery ready. This whole thing, to think that if we had backup, batteries in people's cars, that's fantastic. Everyone can interconnect and at least pull some power, opposed to evacuating and causing a lot of stress, so.
And the additional utility of this type of equipment, so the lightning versus a typical generator, is that the other 360 days a year that we're not using. So when a generator gets used, it gets used, otherwise it gets stored.
Mm-hmm.
When this type of equipment is used during, loss of power, it acts as a generator, as a battery, and the other 360 days a year, it's not just being stored. It has inherent value as a piece of equipment that we can operate for other mission critical, whether it's mitigation activities, whether it's day-to-day activities, but it's not just a generator that is being stored when it's not in use, essentially.
And if I could pull one card from Mr. Bartow, when he spoke about Cocoa Beach, there's one other city in this county that currently has more installed solar capacity than the city of Cape Canaveral, and that's the city of Satellite Beach. If we were to install this solar array atop BCSO, we would become the city that has the most installed capacity of solar in Brevard County.
Oh, it's on now, Mayor.
Mayor,
do it.
do we need a motion to approve this?
We will need, since we pulled it, to approve it.
Excuse me, Mayor, I just wanted to add that if this is if this agenda item is approved, then council will see the effect on the budget in the August workshop, just as they will when these agenda items that follow, if you approve those. So all those, anything that's happening tonight, you'll see in the workshop in August, how it affected the budget.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, Councilmember Kellum? Okay. I don't know. That is all I have for me. Seeing nothing else, looking for a motion to adopt.
Make a motion to adopt.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond to adopt and approve the two proposed resiliency-based project funding matches as written. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis? 4. Councilmember Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Lexi.
Thank you.
Zach, and everyone who helped. Okay, next item, Councilmember Kellum, is number 6. Authorize the city manager to execute a services agreement with a selected short-term rental and mortgage foreclosure registration. I think I actually pulled this one. Okay, so my request here is that we have a chance to review the agreement and approve this. So I'm fine with I think it's written to move forward, don't slow down. But I think once the scores have been calculated, I would feel more comfortable if if we didn't want to delay, to have a quick meeting and come in and vote it through, opposed to approving the city manager to go and execute. And so I think the city manager to pursue, and once he has an agreement, just like we've done in the past, bring it to council. And if we don't want to wait till August, I'm willing to have a meeting. So those are my,
Will it be complete by August?
or
The
whenever it's
interviewing and
ready. I'm not
everything,
saying
curious.
it has to be by August, but
Will it be ready by August?
Mayor, that is our goal, to have a decision matrix available at the August meeting. Dave, unless you're aware of any delays that I'm not aware of.
Okay, that's
And,
good.
we can have that ready for the August meeting.
okay, so are we opposed? So, I mean, the item is to execute a services, authorize the city manager to execute a services agreement. And I think it would be authorize the city manager to negotiate a services agreement.
Well, as far as I understand, it's council's wishes, and I had the opportunity to meet with all 5 council members, as I normally do, and thank you for all your feedback. And I'm keenly aware that this is a sensitive issue in the community, and that every member in this council wants to make sure they're as close to this as possible, which is fine with me. I was proposing to do a more expedient version of it based on that decision-making matrix I was talking about, which isn't finished yet. But because council wants to be involved with that decision-making matrix, what we'll do is present all of that research to the council at an executive level for decision-making at the next council meeting.
Okay. Do we need to take any action? I mean, the more I think about it, it's almost like you're already pursuing this. Would it make sense to just take no action?
I think
As a motion, a proposed motion, not assuming,
I think, yeah, there needs to be no action taken, just consent to bring it back to the council for decision in August.
any council members opposed to bringing it back in August? Okay. Any issues with that we see, any blind spots?
Works for me.
Okay.
So we'll record consent on that, Mayor.
That sounds good. Yes, agreed. Hearing no opposition, I agree. And we can move on. We're ready? Okay, good. City Clerk, did you get what you needed? Correct. Thank you, council. Everyone is moving right along. Let's see here. Item number 7, Councilmember Kellum, approve continuing services agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had some concerns that I wanted to talk to the council about. Kimberly and Horn doing the tasks, day-to-day tasks of an engineer, and how, I mean, they do a lot of work in our city, a lot of contracts they have. Just the aesthetics or the vision of Kimberly Horn getting all the contracts in our city. How does that look to the residents? And then also, you know, as we progress and move forward with the presidential streets, are we going to need a full-time engineer then, as opposed to this $215 an hour? I think Todd and I talked about how many hours that would be, and if we paid a full-time person, you know, a median income for a city engineer, I was looking it up, is around $88,000 a year. And then in the contract, a lot of it says that, you know, the services not provided under the scope of service is large infrastructure projects, which we have a lot coming up. Formal and preliminary design work, which Kimley and Horn does a lot of that for us already. or specialty disciplines. So I just wanted to discuss it with the council, see what they thought, and move on if we agree.
Yeah, so the concern, I mean, just looking at the pay, right? I mean, we paid for engineering services over the years at a rate, and then, this is a new approach by contracting at the different tiers, and
And $215 an hour is a lot. And, as Todd and I were discussing, there's a lot of things on the day-to-day things that city staff is able to do. So, how many hours, how do you budget for that when you don't know how many, what's going to happen? We have a lot of new projects coming on board. Do we need to hire an engineer? So that's my thoughts. I just wanted to see what the other council had to say, and that was my concerns about entering into a contract like this.
yeah. Council, if there's any comments on that, I think one way to approach it would be to not go over last year's expense or a certain, over a certain percentage of it, or try to keep it under, a certain amount through this. But, that can be a little tricky if you're doing a lot more projects, right? It's like, yeah, we spent more, but we did more. So, I don't know if we're ever gonna, we've seen labor rates increase. The upside of, having, I think, access is what's important, responsive, and if they've been able to accomplish that box, or that, check that box by being responsive to the city staff, that's, I think, part of what we're paying for, and then the other is, the quality of work. And so I love the idea of having in-house. If we could make that work, I would move forward with that. And so it just comes down to that process, and path is going to be different. I mean, to the interview or to recruit or to go out, and we certainly can do it. But staff is recommending the contractor, which is exactly, I think, what we did, right? We didn't really have in-house. We had an independent contractor who.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question about section 2.3. Does that give us the opportunity to go and find an engineer if we deemed it necessary at some point?
Yes, section 2.3, Mayor, is about things that are not the blended rate day-to-day task. This is, I'm sorry, 2.3.
Description of services.
I'm thinking of 2.1. Yes, this allows us to get any services outside of this, correct? We don't have to go to the dance with the same girl every time.
Okay, that's,
Okay. So if we were to find that down the road that, as Councilmember Kellum said, we needed in-house, we could move in that direction if things were getting way out of hand and.
Sure. I think a better approach, Mayor, is we're all very keenly aware of our budgeted funds every year, and I'm looking at community and economic development, professional services budget combined with building professional services budget, where the lion's share of this would come out of. And we track those things regularly on a monthly basis and quarterly, and John will let us know if we're running kind of heavy in that column, and we can kind of ease up on the gas a little bit to make sure those numbers work. So I don't think we're going to worry about busting our budget.
And then Councilmember Willis, you brought up 2.3. You said, you know, if things are going bad, and I agree, you want to work and build a relationship. But the way I read it is, you know, if we had a big project, that technically, I mean, we'd want to work with the people we know and trust, but if we needed to, or we had to, we're not bound. We could put it
Correct.
out. And they certainly would have an opportunity as well, right? Or is there a conflict of
Remember,
interest
the
there?
goal here was convenience for the city, to have a day-to-day task list for the routine things we expect at a expected rate.
Yep, in the exhibit.
So it's about convenience. When we do a project, that comes right out of that and goes into that Exhibit B, which is the other task order rates, which Kimley Horn can participate in or not, or any other firm can. This is more about Exhibit A, establishing the convenience rate of the day-to-day task for city engineer. It's really the focus of this.
And is there any mention of minimum hours?
No, sir.
No? Is there any breaks after we get over a certain amount of hours?
No, sir.
Okay, that'd be my only request. Hope, not looking, but I mean, if that's,
We do
you
have.
and I were chatting about that. It may not make sense here, but like, hey, if we book 100 hours, anything between 100 and 200, it's going to be $199 an hour, you know, because we've provided reliable, consistent.
Mayor, we do have a representative from Kimley Horn here tonight if you'd like to
great.
ask questions about that. But what we asked for was a blended rate on a per-hour basis. And that's what they
And
provided.
no minimum hours and no max?
Correct.
Okay. So, no, I think if there's a volume rate over a certain amount of hours, then that's not, then that would be good. I don't need to ask any. It was really to you, and if you feel, I'm saying that unvetted, and you see all the blind spots. So if you think that's a good idea, I'm fine with it.
If I may interject on a financial standpoint, what the city manager said is correct on convenience. And what happens is when you get into doing different projects, and if you want to say, well, we're going to get somebody else to do this or whatever, the thing that council has to keep in mind, that could end up costing a lot more money too, because just to, you know, get bids and to get a job going and to execute the job takes time. And it's not like we just say, you know what, we're going to just get these people and we jump on it and in 2 weeks we got them. It could take 2-3 months, depending on what the situation is. So convenience is important. And then the cost impact is tricky, like the mayor was saying. It's kind of tricky because, you know, you want to get this done and you may want to use a different horse, but you could spend a lot of money trying to change horses midstream and then come back. So it is a interesting situation to have. Budget-wise, there are some risks, but convenience may eliminate spending more money than you want to, or you have to.
I'm good. No further questions from me. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad we pulled it, because I realized that after I read it, I have a question, why is this necessary? Now I fully understand it. Thank you for pulling that, Nikki, because now I have to reread my own notes. Thank you. I understand.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if there's no other council questions, there are a couple minor clarifications to make, if
Yes.
this is an appropriate time.
Council, any more questions? Okay.
This draft that you see here was put into this agenda. And the return comments from Kimley Horn didn't make the cutoff date of agenda distribution, but they had a handful of very small minor comments. And Anthony, should I run through each one of those? I'm happy to. Mia, if you can go to page 2 of the agreement. It's okay. Under definitions, section 1.3C, you've got the latest one here. So you'll notice that the one that you're looking at on the screen is different from the one that's in your printed budget, or your printed book. Engineer shall mean Kimley Horn in North Carolina Corporation. It was changed to engineer shall mean Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. That was one small change. On the next page, Mia, under section 2.1, the language said in the second sentence, requests for such services may be made by the city verbally or by email, period, and it's been revised to include thereafter the consultant services shall be confirmed via a follow-up email. That was the requested language. Next page, Mia, page 4. The sixth line down, city by other contractors, if the description, costs, and other details of the task proposal are deemed by the city to be in the city's best interest, the parties will enter into what said before, into a written task order. It's now going to say into a mutually agreeable written task order. The words mutually agreeable were inserted. And lastly, Mia, on the page 20, they just filled out the name of the notice engineer and the office address, where the original copy was just blank lines there. Yep, see, it's filled in there. It says, attention Tucker Hunter, PE 7341. That wasn't there before, so that was added. So Mayor, those are very small, minor changes that were made since the draft that was printed and put in your inboxes.
Thank you. Okay. Good to go?
Do we need a formal motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion that we approve this.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, second by Councilmember Davis to approve the continuing services agreement. Any more questions?
I just want to request a copy of the updated one.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Kellen?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay, that concludes the consent agenda items. We are now moving into items for action. We're ready. Item number 8 is the Advanced Capital Improvement Plan from FR4 to the current fiscal year and approved purchase of a new Pierce Velocity 100-foot Ascendant Aerial Tower truck in the amount of $432,194. We've had our fire chief and team here today. City manager?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And also Assistant Chief Quinn is here, and he helped
Yes.
tremendously on this item. Thank you for that. This is something we want to celebrate. For the last couple of years, the fire department has requested a state allocation for the purchase of this vehicle. Weren't frankly hoping to get it again this year, and we were surprised we got it. So that roughly $1.8 million fire truck is having $1 million coming off of it because the governor signed that allocation request. That brings the cost down to about $8 million in rough terms. I mean, sorry, $800,000 in rough terms.
Quite a truck.
Seeing all
That's
these
a deal
zeros
breaker.
coming and going.
Break, please.
It's actually $864,000. So that's split evenly with the port, $432 for them, $432 for us. The port approved it at their last meeting contingent upon our city council's approval. We're just aware that this item was supposed to be purchased next year in our CIP, but because of this appropriation and because we already had, it was going to be ARPA funded anyways, the ARPA funds are already sitting in the bank account. Why not take advantage of this and make the savings, the cost savings happen, because the DEP mandate for emission standards doesn't go into effect until October now. So if we can get this one in just like we got the other one in, we're saving money that way too. Chief or Assistant Chief, did I miss anything there? So that's where we're asking to advance the fund from next year's CIP and go ahead and approve the expenditure of $432,000.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, there's a 30-month build time on all these
Yes.
vehicles, just like, So when that 30 months gets here, we'll be at 15 years end-of-life service. The truck also has some additional capacities. It's got a 100-foot reach, and the current ladder truck is 75-foot. You've got additional gallons per minute flow rate, so it's going to put out the fire quicker. We can reach any building in Cape Canaveral of any height.
For $8 million, I hope so.
Sorry about that.
Yes, and thank you, Chief Sergeant and Assistant Chief Quinn. We've got the best fire department. I'm so happy with everything, and it's such a great group. In 30 months, we'll see this thing, is that right? And so, I mean, from the time.
Well, there could still be delays beyond that, but that's what we're hearing.
Okay, well, I think we're timing it right, and I have no comments other. I'm excited to see it. Hopefully, I'm still here, just in the city. I won't be here, but yeah.
So it
Okay.
requires a motion, Mayor.
Anything else?
And that we purchase the truck for $432,194.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Kellum, second by Councilmember Willis to approve the advancing of the capital improvement plan, item FR4 as written. Any more discussion or questions? City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis.
4.
Councilmember Kellum.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond.
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you again. Thank you. Next one, item number 9, approved proposal from Jabier Contracting in an amount not to exceed $750,000 for the renovation and construction of Veterans Memorial Park. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is another one that is an expensive one. And we have Tim Carlisle here who worked on this extensively for a couple years now, and he's here to answer questions. But essentially what happened is, this is the cost to construct Veterans Memorial Park upgrades. This is a project that the City Council's been aware of for many years. We finally contracted for conceptual design a couple years ago. That got workshopped through some veterans organizations with the help of Councilmember Kellum. City Council was presented some choices. They made a choice, and then the final design documentation was created. There were a couple revisions to that, but all in all, the reason for that couple years was because of those phases of designs. Now, going back to when we first put money in the budget on this, there was $500,000 planned for the project, $90,000 for design, and $410,000 for construction. That was back in 2000. It was finally hit the budget in the 2020 and 2021 budget. I don't know what's wrong with zeros in my mind tonight for some reason. And so the $410,000 was put in there. The following year, it was decided to split it up into 2 consecutive fiscal years. So there was $200,000 in one year and $210,000 the next year went forward as we're doing this design that way. Then the last time we approved the previous budget, it was shown that $200,000 in that first year was expended, but it hadn't been expended. But the reason it was shown that way was because when the budget was created by the director, he had good reason to think that it would be expended by then. It wasn't, but it didn't make the books. So that's why there was only the $210,000 left going forward. We did have some more design expenses as the things progressed. So the budget shows that we still have a cash forward amount of, John, 155 or roughly. But the bottom line, and the public needs to hear this, we planned on spending $500,000. We've spent $78,000 roughly to date. So there's $422,000 that has not been spent on this. But we find ourselves with a cash forward amount of 155. So because of what I talked about before, but we did not spend all that money. So here's where we are. We've got this money available in this budget. We can, and then this bid comes in at $750,000. So it's a bit of sticker shock. It's expensive. This is the lowest responsible bidder. They were very responsive to all the inquiry, the questions. They've done this type of work before. It's just expensive, more expensive than we thought. Kimley Horn put in an opinion of probable cost of construction for $330,000, which is kind of shockingly low. But I think what I want to keep in mind is we had originally planned $410,000 for construction in 2020, 21, 22. Here we are at $750,000. All right, how are we going to get there? First of all, do we still want to get there? I mean, I think the council will is to get this project done. It's been a goal of council for several years to really see some really nice upgrades to Veterans Memorial Park, and this will be very nice if it's done. If we want to do that, my recommendation is we put the lion's share of that additional cost burden on our CRA, because the CRA is currently unobligated in that expense, in that area. This is not an expense we had previously planned on or budgeted for, this overage. So the CRA would take that new overage that was not previously budgeted. And then with $325,000 for the general fund, thank you for pulling that up, Mia. So the cash forward is the 170 plus the 155, which we do have shown in the proposed budget. That makes the 325 for the general fund. The lion's share, $425,000 coming from the CRA is how we could get there. And if council wants to do this, if we have the appetite to do this, I recommend that you approve with the condition that staff conduct a value engineering exercise to reduce the total cost even further, with the potential savings benefiting the general fund. So that's where we are. It's a gut check. It's an expensive project, but I'm reminded of that every time I take my family out to eat. Things are just more expensive these days. This one's just a lot more expensive than we thought. If we put it off, it's just going to get more expensive again, I think. So, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Council? Any questions on this one?
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Kellum.
I have a couple. I am, I don't know if Councilmember Willis and Councilmember Davis has seen the renditions of the plan originally. And the 410,000 was for the whole park. Now we're doing half the park, and the other hopefully will get the grant for the water retention thing and all that.
Mayor, if I could have Molly clarify that, how much of the park is not included in this now? Or Tim? She's referring to the grant area for the bioswale.
The only part of this project that we have removed from the originality of it was the playground feature and a bridge that went across the water feature that we're looking into getting a grant for. Those are the only things that changed. Everything else stayed the same.
The area of the grant, and talk about the grant, what it's for.
Oh, for the bioswale?
Yes.
Okay, so the grant for the bioswale is a totally different project. It's happening on the same parcel of property, but through a totally different, like a grant. We're looking at enhancing a bioswale area for not only resiliency, for LID, so it can be like a golden LID child over there, and kind of teach everybody about the importance of stormwater.
Right.
And how important it is and where it flows. We're going to put a lot of work into this. And I've got Lexi and Zach are working on the grant right now. But we had wanted to reduce the cost of this park. So we removed one of the bridges. And hopefully if we get this grant in, it will pay for the bridge and it will pay for all the renovations for just the bioswale area.
And Tim, the bioswale area, is it equal to 50% of the park or something less than that?
No, it's like maybe 15-20% of the park, I would say, because it kind of goes in an L. Now, I know Kinley Horn's trying to make it into a U, but I think we're going to run into some issues. So we're trying to enhance what we already have there in a dry retention area.
So 20%
I'd say
of,
about 25 at the most.
25% of the project is now not part of this contractor's bid because of that.
Okay. Can you show me on here where, because this area, and I'm sorry that nobody else can see this, is where the playground equipment was going to be. That's being removed. So you're saying that this part right here is where the swale and the,
Yeah, so all in here where it already is dug out and all the way over to here. You can actually see it outlined. We're just enhancing what's already there. So we're gonna dig it nice and deep, and we're gonna put rock in there, Florida native flowers and plants, and
Okay, so the 750,000 will include all of this? then?
yes. Yes,
Okay.
everything you saw on the original except for that one
One
bridge
bridge.
on the south side.
And
That's
that
the
would
only
be
thing, and
this
the playground.
bridge over here? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Tim.
Anyway, I'm really disappointed, well, I'm really upset that it's $750,000. And for the life of me, I can't get my head around what happened to the 410,000. Because it was 410,000 and 90,000 for design. We spent 78,000 for design out of the 90,000. And, Todd explained it to me, or tried to explain it to me, but if it didn't get spent and it's still there, why don't we have to come up with 328,000 instead of 750? And I just wanted to, and as much as I want this done, I think that's a lot of money.
It's the way it is today. Everything's gone up. Mayor, may I say
Oh,
something now?
yes, please.
All right. I think that it's very important when council decides on a project that we move forward on the project. I think, and I'll support this, I think that it's something good for the community. However, when the designs and the architectural designs are ready to go, we can't try to change it, because that's the type of thing that delays a project and then it costs more money. This is what happened with the community center, too. And we have to be careful of that. When the decision is made by the council to do a certain project, we need to stick to it. We have an architectural design, you stick to it. You don't try to change it. And this is a sad situation, but it's a learning experience for all of us. And I just feel it's very important. What worries me, I'll tell you my major concern about Veterans Park. It's used 2 or 3 times a year. I hardly ever see people there. It's a concern. Hardly ever see people there, whereas I compare it to Nancy Hansen and what we want to do with the Civic Center, and there are tons of people using that area. Whereas the Veterans Park, I only see a few people sitting there, usually homeless. The homeless people are there eating something that they get. And yes, we have the celebrations for Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and those are very important things. And yes, I think that a beautiful Veterans Park is a wonderful thing. We've upgraded many things in this city. I'm progressive on this. I want us to keep moving forward. However, once we decide on a design, we stick to it. And this is the way that you keep costs down. Don't delay, or try to make changes in the plan. Thank you.
Okay. So, so the original design, thank you for, was budgeted for $90,000, and then we spent $78,000 out of that for engineering. Okay. So we actually came under budget there. So it's like there's another 20, or yes, left over, 22,000 roughly. And then the budget to build it was 410,000, and we haven't spent that money yet, right? So we should have 410,000 plus the 22,000, have roughly 433,000 in that whole project for design build. And whether that's accurate or not, I don't know, but I think that the point you're trying to make, Councilmember Kellum, is 433,000 included that entire parcel, redevelopment, improvements. We've been through all of it. And today, the cost is almost doubled to 700,000. And so we had it's as simple as saying we had a $500,000 budget, and it's going to a $700,000 budget.
750.
750,000, thank you. And why did we say 500,000? What did we miss?
It was,
Or what changed?
I think largely in inflation, that was a pre-COVID estimate. And we've seen everything go up since 2020.
Pre-COVID, an estimate was made by Kimley Horn?
No, John, that was put into the budget estimate. Do you know the history of when that, or how that estimate was derived?
Yes, the previous, what do we call it back then, leisure services?
Yeah.
The previous director of leisure services is the one who did the legwork to see what the design would cost and what the construction would cost for Veterans Park. And those are the figures he came up with. And at the time when he thought that this thing might actually happen, he had said that in 1 year, it'd be 200,000 for the first year, 210, and then 200 for the next year, which was the 410,000. But of course, then time passed and Veterans Park didn't get realized. And then when he departed, obviously we have a new Parks and Rec who had to take this on, and her team with Tim had to grab this and pick it up and get the design going again, get the specifics. There was multiple discussions about what to do at Veterans Park.
John, I'm sorry, I'm trying to redirect to the mayor's point, is how did the 410 start at 410?
That was the estimate by the previous director of
okay.
Leisure Services. That's the answer.
That's the
Sorry
answer.
for deviating off the track. But
2019?
that's based on however he researched it and the things he did and who he talked to and his design and whatever. That's what he came up with at the time in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
yes, it was.
Yeah, so
then
now,
it's- but
now
it's-
we're in 2023 and
4 years.
Okay.
Have we accepted this bid from Joe Beer Contracting? Is that bid accepted?
No, that's
Is it
what's
over
on-
with?
No, that's what
council's
we're voting
decision.
on right now.
It's council's decision tonight.
that's what you're voting on right now.
But I see 4 bids here.
They're the lowest responsible bidder, which we have to select by our ordinance.
Responsible being the key word, or
Yes, sir.
lowest, okay. Because, yeah, so my question was, there was an approach done by the former director that brought that number to you. And 500,000 to 700,000, that's a big jump. But it seems like that number, has stayed with us every year. And since then, like, there's an adjustment's been made, and I question, it's common for things to go over, but I would just say, next time, maybe there's a better approach to get, he would use the, well, that was on buildings. He would use some of the estimates with new construction. Did this project enhance with the LID, low-impact development, compared to the original intent? Is it a better stormwater project than the originally intended, or was it always, did he scope that work in his redevelopment number?
Those are 2 different projects.
Yeah. So the total amount for this is 750,000, that doesn't include the LID?
The bioswale, no, it
Okay,
does not.
that's another 700,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
But grant funded,
But yeah, 100%
Yes.
grant funded.
if we do it.
okay.
And
I
the
don't think it-
bioswale didn't become even part of anything until what date? This year?
Yeah, I think.
Right,
I
and
had
we
started
have
on
our
it
folks-
last year. It was just a dream.
Right, we have Lexi and
And
Zach
then, yeah,
out there
they
trying to
fueled
get
the
us a grant to support it.
That grant, if we're awarded, construction would have to start October 1st of this year, and we would have until September 30th of next year, per the National Science Foundation's requirements.
And can you talk to how realistic that $700,000 is for a grant? We don't need that much money for that bioswale.
We would be getting about a little over 500,000. And it should be noted that that money also doesn't go directly to construction too. It's for education, outreach purposes, and scientific monitoring of the site. Because it is meant to be a test bed that the National Science Foundation wants to see replicated throughout the country if it's successful. So nutrient reductions, things like that, to see it in real time. With an LID type project, it's kind of still in the planning phases for a lot of cities, so that's what they want to see. But that's when it would be. And we should be hearing back any day now. We just got word that they finalized our final report, so cross your fingers.
Thank you. All right. Any more questions? Yeah, if there's, we've got a design, the cost to bid is in, it's not 410, it's 750, right? That's what we're looking at, and, that's a lot. But this is in that budget we just saw, the 750.
The increase is not in the budget, so John will show that at the next budget hearing.
And what will happen there, Mayor, we're very fortunate that in our CRA, we had $619,000 thereabouts dollars in contingency and in the CRA. So when this came about, we're very fortunate that the $425,000 could be used from the CRA, thereby reducing the contingency in the CRA, 425 minus the 619 or whatever. So the money was there. This is a very good year for the CRA. This is almost a transitional year.
$1 million.
Because next year, or the year after, we'll be doing presidential streets, and these types of things will not be available. But this is that's where the money's coming from. We had a big contingency based on the number of projects we're doing in the CRA this year and the money we're getting, so.
Thank you.
We're very fortunate this year in that respect.
It's hard to take a 400,000 and to go through with the 700,000 in knowing that that's not reflected in the budget we just looked at.
It's in the budget, sir.
If we approved,
It's in the.
I'm sorry.
The money's in the budget. It's just not, after tonight, if you guys approve this, Jenny and I'll go back and the budget will show $425,000 for this project, and the contingency line will be reduced from 619, will be reduced by $425,000.
Gotcha.
okay.
That's what's going on. So the money's there, it's just not represented yet, because it has to be approved. So.
I would just like to clarify a couple things. This originally was Whimsy Park, that was going to be a sculpture park. And then it turned into Veterans Memorial because that land was donated to the veterans. And we went through the design phase. We went to all the VFW, American Legion, and they approved the plan. Nobody really liked the playground that was there, but the formal leisure services director said we needed that little bit there. So we agreed. Then down the road, it didn't happen. And then I was approached by Molly, and we talked about, it needs to cost less money than that. We agreed to that. So we took out the solar lights, we took out the playground equipment, but it still went up $350,000.
Well, the solar lights were removed, but electric lights were installed in their places.
Right.
Because the tree canopy was gonna cover the solar
Yeah.
lights and give them no energy. So
But I mean, if you
unfortunately,
look at the original plan and all the things that we were going to try to have in here, and what we're getting now for $350,000 more, it's kind of disappointing, I'm going to support it because, I've been promising the veterans for 3 years that we would upgrade Veterans Park. I think if it's upgraded and looks a lot nicer, it could be used more often for families and for Veterans Memorial. I'm going to support it. I'm sad that it's going to cost the taxpayers that much more money. But it just, shows that removing things off a plan costs a lot of money.
I think it was a slow process of inflation with
Yeah.
changing the plans
Yeah.
numerous times. So it did kind of start creeping up there.
But it wasn't numerous times that we changed the plans. It was once.
Okay.
And Mayor, our astute city attorney pointed out that this is changing a budgeted expense for the CRA board. So the CRA board needs to approve that, so council can approve this contingent upon subsequent CRA board approval.
Does that need to be stated in the motion? Or
Yes, sir.
contingent on subsequent CRA board meeting or board approval?
All right, are you ready for a motion?
I think we are, as long as it includes that language.
All right. I'll move that we approve the proposal from Joe Beer Contracting for Veterans Park contingent upon the approval of this from the CRA board.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, second by Councilmember Davis. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
You can still come under budget. Council, we've got number 9 under our belt, approaching number 10 here. 7:47, could we take a 10-minute break, if that's okay? Everyone all right with that? If we need a little longer, that's fine, but let's try to come back, let's just say, what do you think? 8 o'clock? All right, I like it. Come back at 8, reconvene at 8? All right, thank you. These restrooms. All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It is 8:00 p.m. We are on item number 10 now, under items for action, which is to approve city-owned electric vehicle charging stations upgrade project proposal to utilize Nova Charge Network with their series NC 8000 series charging stations requiring user payment, and a fiscal year 23-24 budget allocation for the project in the amount of $120,000. City manager, I think. Thank you.
And this is another one of those was not prepared in time for the budget, so it's going to be added to the budget and reflected at the next update. But we think this is a very timely thing. City Council has been asking for a couple years now about changing the free electric vehicle charging stations to must pay to charge. Back in 2021, we started working with a company called Rivian, who was going to do that for us and take over the payment processing of that. And it was all looking really good, and then for their own reasons, they decided to pull out of the deal, and we don't have Rivian to go to. So in the next year, the state law had evolved, and it does not prohibit a municipality from offering the sale of electricity via EV charging stations. So with that in mind, Councilmember Willis brought this back, and he said, can we not only have pay to charge, but the city own and operate this because we're allowed to do it under state law? So why not? Let's take a look at that. So staff went out and interviewed with several companies. They're listed in the agenda cover there, and the reasons why the selection was made for Nova Charge are also listed there. What Nova Charge does is they provide what we think is the best value for EV charging stations in the city of Cape Canaveral in the program, and it would cost $120,000. But what it would do would replace our 6 charging stations, total of 12 hoses, because there's 2 hoses on each, with these new AI smart, capable, intelligent machines that the city would then set the rates for and operate. So city council would set the rates for the charging. And we do have an idea of what those potential rate structures might be. It might be 20 cents per kilowatt for the first 4 hours and 25 cents per kilowatt for the, after 5 hours if you're just lingering there. Projected costs and historic costs are approximately $10,000 for operating these things, and that's putting power to them. And then for taking power out of them, we expect we'll have revenue probably in the $70,000 range. So there's probably about a $60,000 difference there where we're recovering our costs. So $120,000 expenditure to get these changed out. If you're making $60,000 a year overage, they're going to pay for them in 2 years. So this makes sense. We know we're a popular destination for charging. If council likes this, what we propose to do is remove one station from the library, because we understand the county is already looking into doing all their own libraries. We want to get out of their way. And then put the other station instead at C5 in the parking lot just north of it, which we had already planned for one right there. So we would end up with one at Banana River Park, one at Manatee Park, the 3 at City Hall, and the 1 at the C5, and those would be the 6 stations. There is a 4-year warranty that comes with this. The additional 1-year warranty for the 5th year is really inexpensive, about $160, I think, per unit. Zach, is that about right?
170.
170, so that times 6, I think it's a no-brainer to get the additional warranty on that. So if council likes this, one of the things you can do is also at this time have a differential rate for residents, where residents pay less to charge. And that would happen because each user has an account set up with the device. Staff would be in charge of inputting those rates. So if we've got a user account, we just say this user's got this rate, but this user's got that rate. That's how we manage that. What else am I missing here? It's 30% direct reimbursement EV charging station infrastructure through the IRA. And Zach, what am I missing?
That was great, Todd. I'm very excited, Council, to bring this project to you finally. I know you've been asking for something like this for quite a while. Yeah, I mean, just to set the scene, you know, the world is going through a transition in its transportation sector that is not going to stop. Market forces are certainly driving the auto industry to become electrified, and we are, as Todd said, a popular destination for tourists to come and charge. But we've noticed a lot of residents as well beginning to have electric vehicles because while most of their upfront cost is somewhat costlier than a traditional gas vehicle, not every make and model now necessarily means you have to be affluent to buy it. There are a lot of tax incentives that allow you to get one, and just because of how long they've been around now, and manufacturing is getting more efficient, their cost is coming down, so they're becoming more available to the average person all the time. And certainly by the end of the decade, the transportation sector will look very different. And just some numbers that we were able to find from the International Energy Agency's 2023 Global EV Outlook. There are more than 10 million EVs sold in 2022. And in 2023, it's predicted that EVs will amount for 18% of global car sales. Just for comparison, in 2017, that number was 1%, which is quite an impressive jump in a short amount of time. And by the end of the decade, it's likely to have a market share of at least 36%. And it should be noted that every time these forecasts come out, the percentage jumps quite a bit from year to year. So we're looking to partner with NovaCharge on this. We do have NovaCharge's CEO with us actually tonight, Oscar Rodriguez. He was nice enough to come. If you have any questions about the company, their program, what they offer, we were first turned on to them because the city of Orlando actually adopted them as their charging station provider with 200 charging stations installed across the city. So that's quite a lot. Obviously, we're not looking for 200, just 6. But yeah, if you have any questions, please let me know, or we can ask Oscar to the stand. And if you have any questions, thank you.
I realized one other thing I forgot is currently the Florida statute that authorizes cities to do this also authorizes the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services promulgating rules for rates and how you charge. That department has not done that yet. So it's a little bit of Wild West out there with the rates. We can charge what we want. So if we're going to do this, we would propose is bringing back a fee resolution that is competitive with market rates. And what Zach will do is some research to show a certain radius around Cape Canaveral as far as people are willing to drive to charge. All right, look at the charging rates in that radius, and let's be competitive with that. If we're too high, we're not going to get people to charge with us. If we're too low, it's going to look like we have a competitive advantage. Why would we leave money on the table? Let's just be competitive with those rates, and that could come probably in 30 to 60 days.
Thank you.
All questions go through the mayor, sir.
Okay. Good. If you don't mind, come up here. We do have folks listening from home, and yes, council, if we're okay with a comment. Good, please. Hey, Rick.
Yeah, hi, Rick Woodland, fairly new resident here. I just had a question whether you know or believe that the people that are using the charging stations are primarily visitors, or are there a fair amount of residents that are just doing it to get free electricity, and will the usage drop off if they have to pay there and then they'll just charge somewhere else?
The current charges are not capable of telling us any kind of information like that. You would have to know that car, to know where it parks every night. But the new ones will be able to tell us where the user account is registered for a home address.
I can't tell you, this may sound weird, but I watched as people went and charged, and I went up to them and I said, hey, are you a resident? Are you a visitor? And often they would actually say they were a resident because their own dwelling couldn't, for whatever reason, support a charging station at home. Usually it was a condominium owner. But it was actually a lot of people who said, yeah, I come here because this is one of my primary places where I can charge, because otherwise I wouldn't have readable access within the area. So
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question,
Just
but
related more in terms of whether your projections of usage are maybe going to be off, based on that. That's all. If somebody has a choice and they decide to charge at home instead because now it's not free here.
right. There's always that possibility, but I think as the industry certainly matures, Cape Canaveral would be one of the only cities that I know of in the entire county that would support such infrastructure to have a cost. So, the other ones simply don't have this infrastructure, so they would kind of have no choice but to come to this area, where the other areas risk becoming what's known as a charging desert, almost like a food desert, where there is no ability to go. And plus, by the accounts of two, with the aquarium addition, we're talking about 500,000 new individuals coming to the city, at least the city limit area, every year, conservatively, and with the port's growth. So we do forecast that these will continue to see usage grow, resident or visitor alike. So.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. What I'd like to do is just understand a few things, where we've been first. So historically, this program, as we know, started a few years back, and we've got a number, this annual revenue, so on page 3 of 4 in the agenda summary, there's a bolded section at the bottom called annual revenue. I'm on page 3 of 4 of the agenda summary. Thank you. Yep, right there at the bottom. And there's about middle, there's a number, $10,810 a year. Attachment 7 indicates that operating expenditures are currently approximately $10,810 a year. Attachment 7 is where is attachment 7?
This should be attachment 7.
NC 8000 series charging stations is, according to this,
It should be attachment 8. It might be mislabeled. Should look like this.
attachment, the EV charging station upgrade project scope?
Yes.
Okay.
Third paragraph
Thank you. That's okay. So attachment 8, I just want to go there with you. Attachment 8 has...
Third paragraph down from the top.
Third paragraph down. This is the breakdown of how we got to the 10,000. Thank you. So the city's utility rate varies from facility to facility depending on the size and use, but it's generally set between 9 and 12 cents per kilowatt hour. Taking the low end of this range, 9 cents per kilowatt hour NEV with a 33 kilowatt hour pack, which is today's standard, is relatively small, would cost the city about $2.97 to fully recharge. So basically, $2.97 for what period of time? An hour?
Yes.
So $2.90.
Well, that was $2.97 to full, 0 to full.
How long does that take? Or do we know how many kilowatt hours? Are we saying 33 kilowatt hours?
That's correct.
Times the 9 cents or the 12?
9 cents.
Okay, so the 9 times 33 is how we got to the 297?
We took the lower end just to be conservative.
Sure, that makes sense. So we're saying it costs $3 on the low end for someone to purchase 33 kilowatt hours of electricity.
Correct.
I think now rates are at 14 cents a kilowatt hour, so that's going to go up. It's higher than the high. So I think that number is really difficult for us to figure out because we didn't have the ability to meter those. But you and I did some back of the napkin math. Do we have is it 10,800? Is that the?
That's correct. That is a general estimation based on the low end range of the kilowatt hours on our utility bills of 9 cents.
So, and assuming an EV uses the station's plug for 5 hours each day and taking into account the low end of the city's utility rate, that equates to $900,090 worth of electricity. Okay, so $10,800, let's just say that is the number. And we've been doing this for how many years?
The first station to be installed happened in 2016 at the library, and then subsequently at Manatee Sanctuary Park and Banana River Park. I believe those went in either 2016 or 2017. And then this buildings were the last to be installed. One went in with the initial construction of the building, which opened in 2018. And then the last two, which are on the white fence along the east side of the parking lot, went in 2019. So 3 years they went in.
And the 10,810 is with all of them operating. So in year one, it wasn't $10,000 because we only had one EV charging station.
Yeah, and you could probably argue too that there was much less electric vehicles to begin with at the time.
Absolutely. A lot of people are saying, what is that? Now
Exactly.
now they know what it is, and now people are using it, and we get the point. So is it, 16.4, 7 years. You know, I think that we've at least had for 3 years them fully operating, right?
Yeah.
Is it 4?
From 2019 to now, I'd say. Full operation, all stations
Okay,
going.
so that's 5 years.
Yeah.
Let's just take 2019 to now and leave those first years where we had 1 or 2 going. That's $50,000, and I think it's over that. It'd be fair to say it's probably $50,000 is a conservative number, assuming all those are correct. My hope, and this is why the number doesn't matter as much, is that whatever we spent, that we calculate in our payback period the time to repay all that electricity that went out. And so when we say we purchased electric charging stations that cost us $120,000, but it, you know, we make $60,000 revenue, so we get payback in 2 years, I would say it should probably be another year to pay back that. And my position is I'm excited about the opportunity for the city to provide electric charging stations in their places. I think that charging for that is going to be a big part of electrifying Florida. The DeSantis administration signed EV charging 75 corridor. It is one of those bipartisan things for hurricane evacuations, and I'm sold on EV. In gas, I got both for redundancy. See, I know my word. But the hope is to pay it back and to not necessarily charge is a bad word, to charge money for people to charge.
Fiscally charged.
I think it's time that we stop dispersing it at no charge, to stop that number of 50, 60, 70,000, whatever it is. And then we start when we're ready, because I've gotten a lot of community input about this. I think Councilmember Willis might have been the first or second meeting after you elected you had put this on. I think we're all ready. There's no one disagreeing with what I'm saying. On that side. Maybe we disagree on turning them off, but I talked to the city manager about it. In 2016, we were offering EV chargers to the few 1 or 2 cars maybe that were putting around here. And we then grew to a point, and then we saw the increase in EV cars, and we were doing things that other cities weren't doing. And the fact that we're comparing to Orlando, you know, is big. But I think having a plan that allows us to make a smart investment into this and to somehow quantify the amount of electricity that we invested to. I did hear positive comments. I felt very positive. We were promoting EV. It was great. I didn't see them being used a lot. And so today I do hope that we will consider, just to take the pressure off, discontinuing electricity distribution at no charge and making some sort of public announcement to say the reason why is we're transitioning to level 2 chargers that will charge your car much quicker, and that investment needs to be paid back, and so there will be a rate. I wanted to see if the council would be in support of that, and I certainly don't want anyone to feel that now we really got to get it done. I think our community will be just fine, and I'm willing to stand in the gap and own that decision and be a spokesperson to the media or anyone. If the horrible headline of, you know, they're going to cut off EV, well, no one else was doing what we were doing, so I don't think we're doing something that we should, you know, reconsider. I feel pretty firm that this is the right decision, and I am for moving forward with a level 2 I do want to make sure that we're getting a good return on the investment, but after today, I really don't want to see us continue to have those chargers out there providing free electricity, so.
I will say, the beauty of these types of stations is that the council will have extreme flexibility for the program moving forward. The city will have pretty much complete control of what we want to do, which I think is very nice to have. And yeah, if you'd like to hear from the CEO of the company, he could probably answer any questions you have to talk about the versatility, because I believe, Oscar, you could correct me, you actually designed a lot of the software that went into the stations themselves. It can explain just how versatile these pieces of equipment will be.
That would be great.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Rodriguez. I'm the chairman and CEO of NovaCharge. We're based in Orlando, Florida, and we're very pleased to have this opportunity to serve you. That is correct. The software, the magic is in the software today in EV charging. All of the EV charging stations that we would provide to you are completely open standard, which means that not only can you select our stations, you could select other stations in the future. We don't lock you in, and that's part of the beauty of this. But the software itself is deployed in the city of Orlando. It's deployed at multiple electric utilities, some of which don't like to be named, so I'll leave them out. But all the usual suspects in Florida use our software. And also we serve high-end venues that are tourism venues in Orlando. If you go to Disney Springs, you'll see our chargers there running our software. If you go to Universal Studios, you'll see our chargers there running our software. If you go to SeaWorld, et cetera, right? And we serve major customers throughout the country. We're a business-to-business company, so you don't hear a whole lot about us. We don't advertise. We don't sell through Amazon or any of those things. We focus on utility-grade solutions that are lasting, and so we're happy to provide a long-term warranty. The flexibility is absolutely correct. So we have provided software that sits in the cloud that really does two different things. One of the things it does is it gives you complete access and the ability to administer the for-pay station, if I could say it that way, as opposed to charging. I often run into the same problem. The for-pay methods of the station, you can select different users, meaning residents. If you have the list of the residents, which they can log into a website and let you know I am a resident, and you can identify them in any way you like. Once they're identified to our system, they can be treated differently than a tourist coming by or anyone who's flowing through the system, through your beautiful city without necessarily being part of it. Your fleet could be treated differently as well. So the same piece of hardware can do multiple duties, right, for you, because there's no sense in buying extra chargers for your fleet if your fleet is out and about and they need to charge as they go about doing their jobs in the city. So all of those constituents can be treated different ways. All levels of discount can be set up. You can even integrate charging for pay parking, if I could say it that way. And for pay parking can be done in different ways. You can either have for pay parking simultaneous to charging, so you could charge at the same time for dispensing of energy as well as parking, or you can use it to encourage folks once the charging is complete to move their car, otherwise parking fees would apply. And you can set the grace period, you can do a variety of different things. In addition to that, we also are introducing this year in our software something that's new and different and novel in the industry that you'll be able to participate in if you'd like. And that's that we're adding in the app, we're adding in-app advertising and specifically location-based advertising. So what that would mean is that any establishments that you have located around the charger, when someone identifies themselves to the charger, we know exactly where they are. So they're going to charge there's be a QR code, if you guys know what a QR code is. Identify yourselves to the charger knows where you are, and any establishments that have purchased ads onto the application would see an ad while the charge is beginning. You could serve up coupons, you could bring and entice those people to come into your ads, and you can imagine tourists coming by and being enticed in. And any monies, and this is the beauty of what I think we've done, any monies that come in through advertising flow in three different ways. One, they flow to drivers for earned discount rewards. So some of your residents may like that. People always like a discount. But more importantly, the owner of the station, in this case it would be the city, would also participate in the advertising revenues that are coming from that particular charger that participating in location-based ads. So we see EV charging as a vending machine. It's a vending machine with multiple different types of capabilities. We intend to continue to add to those capabilities over the years, and the owners of the stations, meaning the city, would benefit as a part of the feature sets that we add to that. And that's all part of the standard agreement that we have, and we look forward to serving you. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
I do have one. The rate that our city manager talked about, the Department of Agriculture is going to go and adopt some rules. Did I see 30 cents a kilowatt hour or something, or 40 cents like as a cap?
I don't know because that's moved around a bit, so I really don't know the latest, so I'll leave.
Oh,
it
that's
to you.
okay.
Yeah, I won't be able to comment on that. However, there will be, I think, a natural tendency to have a cap, right? So there's no usury or anything of that nature going on. I think we all can appreciate the need for accessible fueling for all residents at a modest price. I think we can also agree that in evacuation situations, you want to avoid gouging and things of that nature, right, which of course the city wouldn't participate in. But private individuals who own stations could set their own price any way they want, and that's part of the market, so the market will bear. But anyway, I hope I've answered your question on that. I don't really know the actual cap that's being considered right now.
So they can exclusively charge EVs. Are they compatible with charging other devices? Can you make adjustments or?
Adapters.
Adapters, thank you, to
So-
different voltage?
So the voltages and the standardization of AC chargers. So AC chargers are what typically are called level 1 or level 2 chargers, right? So the larger ones are DC fast chargers. They have a variety of different other capabilities. The AC chargers are set, there's a specification set by the Society of Automotive Engineers in the United States. That connector really does not vary in voltage. It really provides the voltage that is delivered by the grid. So the electric grid that you're connected to will deliver the voltage. And that voltage varies a bit within grid specifications, just like the lights here are varying even though we don't know it. It does vary a bit. So it's a standard. Today, all of the automobiles in the United States either have to support that standard as they are brought to market, either natively with a socket, J1772 socket, that's the name of the connector, or it is through an adapter. So if you see a Tesla automobile, I have a Tesla in the parking lot, and there's an adapter, and that's how Tesla meets the spec for that. There could be, in the future, adapters for that. Also, you may have noticed that some of the other automobile manufacturers have actually aligned with Tesla on what they call the NACS, or the North American Charging Standard, which is a description for the Tesla connector today. So General Motors, Ford Motor Corporation, Rivian, and also I believe Mercedes-Benz has just said that they would participate in that as well, and there may be others to come. So the standard, the J1772 standard, however, is going to be still supported by the Society of Automotive Engineers. If the NACS is also adopted, we will have chargers available, but adapters would also be available as well. So those adapters exist today.
Thank you. And did you, the projected revenue, do we have those calculations? Has there been like a pro forma done on if the lifespan of an EV charger is warranted for 5 years?
That's correct. Our standard warranty is 4 years, and you can purchase the additional 5th year. The mean time between failure, if I can say it that way, in the design is roughly 7 years, so you could sweat the assets a little bit more, but it'll be statistical after year 6, right, how long it will last.
Okay, so you would recommend a 6-year?
No, I recommend the 5 year. That's
Okay.
as far as we'll go, but what I'm conveying to you is that, just like your automobile, once it goes out of warranty, it doesn't stop. It usually continues for a while, right? Yeah.
So, 10 years getting out of it.
So we estimate that it'll be roughly 7 years, but it will be statistical on failure, right? Depending on utilization and depending on how it's handled, right?
Yeah,
Some
maintenance.
folks handle it roughly, some folks handle it not more gently.
Yeah, so the 10-year, the life cycle of they're going to become assets. I think revenue positive assets for us. And then, I mean, if it really ends up being $60,000, $70,000 and just stays flat for 10 years, that's $700,000. If you don't think that cities are going to jump on, it's going to become a big thing. But I think the challenge will be, correct me if I'm wrong, the private sector will come in as well, and on private properties, and they will charge kilowatt hour rates that compete, right? So if we sit over here and we say, 25 cents, well, the more EV charge, each individual charging station can charge a different rate.
Correct.
Very different world that we live in. We're just used to paying the same rate
Right.
anywhere. But like gas, we will have probably a very similar difference. And this idea of really, if you're at the beach, you can really charge anywhere. My last question is, how do you expand the network? And if you wanted to add, it's 4 per, if you have 20 parking spaces, for example, how many chargers would that require?
Well, it depends on how many EVs do you expect and how many would you like to
If you
charge.
wanted to provide charging capabilities for all 20 is my question.
Then we would provide you 20 chargers.
So it requires a 1-to-1 ratio. You don't
It
have the
does.
capability of one post that can supply 4, 6.
Not typically, and no, so we don't provide that, and that's very difficult to find in the industry because of the electrical infrastructure and the amount of carriage of the current inside one infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also the pattern that we've adopted after many years. We've been in the industry since 2008. It'll be 15 years now, so we were one of the early guys. You're much better off having individual single units so that if one fails, the rest stay lit, just like Christmas lights, right? And usually when the more complex a system, you wind up having failures that then impact others, and you wind up having more stations, more parking spaces that are not available because of a failure. And so we've adopted the 1-to-1, and it's less expensive in terms of purchase, but also when it comes to repair, it's easier to repair, and simple electrical work will do.
Isolated, yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
I just have a question. You said it will recognize, like, say, if you're a resident or, say, city staff or whatever. My understanding is like a card. Can you explain how it would recognize each person?
My pleasure. The identification of the user is really through the login that they create when they decide to create an account on our system. So the system behaves very similar to SunPass, where a driver would set up their account. Usually it's an auto load, $10 at a time, and then we decrement from that as they go from station to station using the stations, and then we provide the monthly statement just like you would determine, just like a toll system would. So it's very similar. All of that system is identified by the login that they use. So typically
The
it's an
login
email.
on the machine?
Well, login, there's an app. There's an app
Okay.
that goes
Oh,
on the phone.
Okay.
There's always an app today, right?
Yeah.
So there's an app that goes on the phone, and so it could be either Android or Apple iOS, either one. And when they download, they can create their account. They can also create one or multiple pay methods, etc. And then that login identifies them to the system, and they are enabled. At that point in time, they can also elect to contact us, right? And we have that available, where they can use an RFID. I don't have one with me, unfortunately, but an RFID that goes on your keychain, and you can just use the RFID because it's tied to your account. And it's very easy for the city to tie RFIDs to the account, and that can be completely managed by you. So you can imagine a fleet vehicle having RFIDs so that it's on the keychain, regardless of the city driver that may use it. The same thing with residents can use it. And anyone that drives by can quickly, and our goal is always to be able to have a brand new driver that's never used the system before, download and use the system within 5 minutes, right? So it's very quick and easy to do. So the answer is yes, RFID tags. We offer little RFID tags to be complement to your users, and they can be made available to residents, but also made available for users of the city as well.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you. I'd love to talk software with you. owned and been in software business for 35 years, so would be very interested in just
Well, sir,
exchanging a few ideas with you. But
it'd be my pleasure.
one question I have, is the app operated by a administrative panel in the cloud? Will the city be able to go in and set its own rates, do its own setup on their own?
Yes, absolutely. Everything is designed in the system to be self-serve.
Okay.
So the city will have no limitations on the administration of the chargers, administration of the drivers that are known drivers, right? And also the ability to add chargers, delete chargers, have certain chargers available at certain times of the day. All of that is completely available. We have a series of rules, effectively, and so we would provide training, of course. And the training is, it's fairly easy to use. It's designed to be easy. And even the advertising system that we're talking about, it's designed so establishments, whether they are restaurants, et cetera, can be also be self-serve, and they can buy ads the same way that you would buy a Google ad, and if you understand Google AdWords. Right.
Will the data collected be obfuscated?
Absolutely. So any public driver is obfuscated intentionally because of privacy reasons. Any known drivers to you, for example, your fleet, you would have complete visibility of that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, yes, just a couple. We're a high salt environment here. Have your devices survived this type of a high salt environment for 5 years?
Yeah, so we're Floridians, right? I grew up in Tampa, and we understand the salt environment. So the answer to your question is yes. And then, if you don't mind, I'll give you an anecdote, right? That we just recently went through. We have a lot of chargers, thanks to one of the utilities on the west coast of Florida that's deployed them fairly avidly, and a lot of them are on the beach side, right? And so we have some chargers in Fort Myers and Naples area. As you know, the hurricane went through there not too long ago. Some of those chargers were completely underwater, and it wasn't underwater because of fresh water. It was underwater because of, the Gulf came in. And we were very surprised that when the waters receded, the chargers continued to charge. Now, we were surprised because I understand the design, and the chargers are designed to be NEMA 4 construction, meaning that they can withstand a high-pressure water hose, lots of dust, lots of vibration, IK10 impact resistance, so you could hit it pretty hard, and a metal station will dent before this breaks, right? And that's the way it's designed. So it's a composite. Plastic, but it's a composite. And so those chargers are still running today. What it's done is it's given the apartment complexes and condominiums time to plan, right? Much to our surprise, because sometimes you don't design it for these things, and then here you go, it actually survived. Now we've been able to take one of those apart and understand why, and now that serves to help us in future designs so that we can replicate it again. But suffice it to say that if the chargers are not physically damaged, we've seen where inundation will actually still, once they dry, still allow them to work, but it's not guaranteed.
Sure. Yeah. My only other question is a long shot, I'll admit it, but since you're the expert, had you have any experience with municipal clients that had been giving away free EV charging and wisdom from lessons learned there?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Can you tell us how it went?
I think that's usually par for the course. I think everyone starts the same way you did, which is you want to do a great thing for the community, but you don't know how to set a rate, and so you purchase chargers at the time. The technology really wasn't as advanced as it is today, and it was difficult to put for-pay systems on chargers, et cetera, and we understand that. And so there have been a lot of cities that have initially deployed our chargers and said, we still want it for free. And then over time, they started to get the bills because now the EV market is more aggressive, right? There are more people on the street. And remember, Florida is the #2 market for EVs, second to California. So there's a lot of folks on the street. And so there are a lot of folks that go to city parks and they go to community centers, or they find them places that are free, and they enjoy the park and they enjoy fueling up their car. And so eventually you have to move to a for-pay system. And so I salute you for doing it because, sometimes you may have to, I think like this gentleman said, you may have to contend with some residents that say, gee, this was free before. It's no longer free. How come? And so I would advise you to get ready with that talking point. But I think most people realize, the majority of residents realize that you shouldn't be giving away taxpayer money to a few, right? And so usually everyone understands, right? And so we all pay for gas. Well, I don't have a gas car anymore, but we all are used to paying for gas for many years, and we know that that's not free, and the city doesn't provide that. So we've seen the cities move, sometimes reluctantly, sometimes gleefully, because they're going to a market kind of situation, and they also understand that if the private sector is going to survive, then the public sector really can't give it away. It's kind of difficult for the private sector to have a return on investment if someone else is giving the same service for free, and it happens to be a municipal government.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Yes,
I have
Councilmember.
one other comment. Serving on the TPO and the MPOAC, I've been able to see a lot of the budget issues that FDOT has. And with the proliferation of electric vehicles who are not paying any road use tax through gas purchases. So that has been a major drawback to funding for FDOT. And it is going to have to change, and I think that legislation will be forthcoming to start taxing electric vehicles.
If I could comment on that, so our system, we're anticipating the same thing. Our system is already designed to add tax that's different for dispensing energy than for the parking or any other type of for-pay service you would provide through the system.
Okay. Well, I think from what I've been privy to on the TPO, that the legislation will start taxing by mile. But this may also be an alternative that they go to. So they're looking at many different options.
Right. So if they decide to tax by the kilowatt, we'd be ready to do it. If it's by the mile, then it would be coming from the car, right? That we wouldn't be privy to the mileage. Yeah.
Well, going to the mileage is going to be difficult.
I understand.
And if I could add too on the revenue side, so staff is, if we get the system, staff is prepared to begin annual reports to basically show council how it's doing in all its metrics that it can provide. So how much it's getting used, who is using it, how much we're making, how much we're dispensing. But within the first year, once we activate the system, we would be giving that report on a quarterly basis, just so we could kind of gauge season by season almost and get a feel for, oh, are there more people in the winter, or are there more people in the summer, when people come down more, vacationers, things like that. So the system's flexibility will be shown in these annual reports, I think, and we can always learn from what we're seeing and change as we need, which I think is really cool. So
And we could get that report at any time.
at any time.
Thank you. And the final number, or the 120, the cost, just to bring it back home to this agenda summary, is $120,000 is what we have budgeted to and purchase the 6 stations. Funded by a portion, 2/3 CRA and 1/3 general fund.
That's because 2/3 of them are in the CRA area, and the other 1/3 is not in the CRA area. And that's an installed price too, turnkey.
Yeah, the 120,000 was an overestimation, just in case.
I have a question, Mayor.
Well, let me just finish this real fast. I just want to clarify. Are we okay with funding that in the CRA?
The approval would be contingent upon CRA approval.
Okay.
CRA board approval.
Yeah, because if just think about, this is different. We're going to be charging, so as long as that all works, 2/3 of it being funded. Got it, $120,000. And the revenue at $72,000. That number, where do I find the math on that, on how we got to that?
That would be attachment 8-2.
That's the same one as okay, thank you.
We did some rough cost calculations on a weekday on the rate that we have proposed, which it is just that, it's a proposal.
Yep.
I think, Todd, I don't know if you said it or not, forgive me if I forgot, but we would come back with a fee schedule with a dedicated rate structure that the council would approve at the following meeting. that would take into account a market analysis of what is competitive throughout the region and the country. But we went conservative. Obviously, it's highly variable, but I think one of the core things to remember is I think at the very least we'll certainly be making this an endeavor where we are no longer exuding money. We will be retaining it and most likely making it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kellum, sorry, I think you were going to say something.
Yes, I'm sorry. How long does it take to charge a car?
That's highly dependable or variable on the make and model and the type of charger. If you have a DC fast charger, as Oscar said, say at a highway rest stop, you can see them on 95 now at rest stops, around 75. You could go from 0 to 80% in less than 30 minutes. They're getting extremely efficient. That takes a lot of infrastructure to do. The city could never install that. It takes a tiny power plant to do. I don't think the circuit breaker has that capacity. But level 2 stations, like what we have, those can vary anywhere from 2 to 6 hours, I'd say. If you're from 0 on some of the larger vehicles, it could probably take upwards of 10 hours. But the way that we've always kind of built these stations is they're almost like destination chargers. You know, you kind of come here knowing that it's going to take a little bit. You go to the beach, you go to the local business, spend some money. You could come to City Hall and admire the beautiful artwork. Soon the Cape Center, all that beautiful artwork. Go to the C5, enjoy basketball, pickleball. You know, there for tourists as they come by, or as a resident. You know, they walk. I've seen residents literally come here and walk back home, or they'll take a skateboard or something, and they'll go and leave it for the day and then come back. So, very variable, but yeah, it just depends on the type of station in the car.
So they will automatically shut off at 8 o'clock?
Yes, we can program them to do that, which is important because no one's supposed to be in the parks after sundown anyways. And we just don't want that happening just because it's, you know, it's something we don't want. We really don't want individuals here waiting overnight. You know, it's not really the place to do that. So we have that ability to change the hours whenever we'd like.
And my other question is, this revenue stream, what department will that go to? Who will handle that?
John, you want to answer?
Will the 2/3 go back to the CRA?
Well, there's going to be, from what I'm hearing, there's going to be a split. I'll have to look into that. There would be something in the general fund revenues, and the expenses would come out of community development.
And all that would be developed, and
CRA would.
that would be presented in the resolution that's coming, all that
There
analysis.
probably would be a transfer from the general fund to the CRA, just as we do transferring stuff for stormwater to the CRA, whatever. Those revenues would be transferred into the CRA based on the proportionality of whatever the heck you decide.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Clear as mud.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something? Any other questions? You can make a motion.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract with Nova Charge. And of course, this is contingent with CRA board approval.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, second by Councilmember Willis to approve
Contract
the agreement contingent on a CRA approval. Any other discussion or debate, questions?
One more question. How long will it take if we approve this, how long will it take to have them? And are we going to give the public a notice that the free stuff's gone away? And how?
So it would take 30 to 60 days, I believe, to get the program up and running from the time a shovel goes in the ground to the time we activate. You know, nowadays with construction, just why don't we say 30 to 90 days? But essentially within a 3-month period, they could be activated and the program could be up and running. We would work with Nova Charge to begin an outreach program to discuss the logistics of how this would work for the public to know what the rate structure would look like, how they would pay, where they go to get charging. And that can begin as soon as it's, solidified as something that will be happening. So that could begin as early as the fall, which is actually right around the corner now that I think about it, which is crazy. But I think certainly by October 1st, we could hit the ground running and hopefully have everything ready to go by the end of the year.
Thank you. That's all.
And Mayor, if we could also get some feedback from the council on when we would want to discontinue the use of the current chargers.
How long does it take?
I can turn off the breakers tonight.
Good idea.
Can anyone oppose that? And
I would caution the council on one thing. We are in hurricane season, and some people do rely on these to actually get a charge.
how fast does it take to turn them back on?
That's 5 minutes.
That.
If a named hurricane gets close, we can discuss that.
That's actually a good idea. You could open up a window with advertising.
And just say, hey, here's a, hurricane, should we, consider doing something? But yes, that would,
So I'm recording consensus, turn them off tomorrow.
I would think that we've created a dependency. We should at least probably put some signage up there for a week at minimum.
We're not the only ones that have charging stations around. And I know people go to Rock Ledge for Tesla charging. I know this for a fact.
I just think it puts us in a bad light to just flip them off tonight.
They've had it for free for so many years, since 2016.
I understand that. And I've been the one asking to have it turned off, but by putting them in there, we created the dependency.
We could roll it into the resolution for August.
this is long past due for me.
Me too.
And so one more day, it's been a major stress, and it's so, you can put my card on every one of them next to a sign, and they can call me, and I will, it's.
What we could do is, pending what you vote tomorrow, we could begin outreach immediately, indicating what
Yeah.
came of this meeting. And then you could say,
They could get it in the Monday newsletter.
I think as
But-
courtesy, we owe them
The Monday newsletter.
notification.
I was going to say Monday.
The Monday newsletter to announce this, explain the process, explain that we're going to do this. Perhaps that would be great. The Monday newsletter, maybe, we can negotiate.
Yeah, I mean, what's Tuesday? If it was to announce, I agree. I think that, this is a public meeting. We are announcing, minutes will be taken. And so, to make up a post on social media or however the city manager and the team decides to promulgate that, I think some sort of notice should go out. And I just don't know the difference in how that's going to change, if it's a week, a few days. I mean, tomorrow someone's going to show up and it's no longer working, and you're saying, hey, it would be better to put a sign on that says, on this date, this service will no longer be provided. And so they,
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
Some people rely on that, whether to get to work or whatever, and all of a sudden, if you just shut it off,
I want to meet the people that are relying on that. I
Then-
really do, because
Then you need to come
that's,
to my house and
Well-
wait till tomorrow morning when they bang on my door.
that doesn't,
You're going to
what,
have
seriously,
You're going
here
to
are
have
my
your
cards.
card taped
And
to
for
it.
those of you who are listening at home, please, I mean, this has been 7 years of free charging, or 6 years. And the person, the citizen that's going to go, how dare you turn that off? I mean, that's not the Cape Canaveral I know. And I think that the citizens are going to understand. And for those that don't, it does not. I'm happy to talk to them. That's my decision. I'm one of 5. I think, look, I could say, hey, put an announcement out tomorrow morning, effective, or however it's said, and I think that's the best thing. I've said enough on that. It's been a lot of money. And if I'm missing someone who's depending on this, $2.95 a charge, or
Mayor, it may be helpful for the sake of this meeting to make a separate motion on that item, because we don't want this item to cloud a vote on the main item, on the main motion.
yeah.
Let's take one thing at a time.
The motion on the table is to prove it as written with the contingency of the CRA. You had brought up this issue and getting clarity on that. Understood. Glad we haven't amended the motion or anything. The motion's still on the table. Are there any other points or things that we need to do? We can come back to this one. So I think you've got what you need, City Clerk. I've stated that. Okay, motion in the second. We're clear? All right. Anything else?
So it's a motion to approve. Okay, just want to make sure I'm understanding. Yeah, okay.
Yes, with another CRA meeting. And Councilmember Kellum's question on the, when will this get done? Nothing can start until after that CRA meeting, right?
So if nothing starts till after the CRA meeting, let that be the notice until the next CRA meeting. Because if we have to have a CRA to approve it before.
Was your goal to?
I just want to give people a couple of days.
I agree. They have to give notice.
But if we're having to wait for the CRA approval, if it's contingent upon that, then we can't turn it off yet.
Well, see, that's why I said the way that this was framed is the city has provided charging stations, and now we want to charge money to use those stations and, convert it. And I'm saying, well, there's a third one. I'm for charging money for people to pay, but I'm not for free. So I can support this when the CRA will charge, but this day forward just doesn't make sense to continue to pay.
Well, but if.
I'm willing to sit out to wait for that, I guess.
Well, I mean, just as a point of reference, if we're going to be paying for part of this with CRA funds, then legally can we turn them off before the CRA votes on it?
Yeah,
Well, these weren't paid, okay, here's a good starting point that I think will help. Who made the decision to turn them on and provide free electricity? That's probably a difficult question. I don't think it was ever a council vote. I think it was an administrative decision, it is what it is. But if administration can make a decision to turn them on and to provide them for free without this council, I find it interesting that we bear the burden to remove this liability that we did not put on ourselves. Todd has been very clear saying, hey, just let me know what you guys want to do. We can do it quickly. And I've been, watching since, excited about you putting it on the agenda. Mm-hmm. And yes, that's the background. So it's like, I think they were funded out of the general fund. And you're saying on the CRA, are there any rules? We haven't invested CRA money, I don't think, into these chargers, so there's no strings attached.
Well, we are about to.
The Clipper Creek 6 chargers that we purchased, we are going to remove those assets.
Right, but we're going to install new assets that are going to be partially paid by the CRA. Mr. City Attorney, is that?
2/3, yeah.
Doesn't that require the CRA vote?
The acquisition of the asset, yes.
we can do that at the next CRA meeting.
All I'm saying is, I mean, we've done it for I don't know how long, 7 years, you're saying. If we give them 7 days and we're going to cut it off, at least we gave them a notice.
I agree.
being
Well,
nice to,
you know, nobody wants to turn them off more than I do. But I don't know that flipping them off tonight
well, that's what I'm saying, 7
helps
days
us.
is,
Friday, I mean, we want to do,
And I think announce it in the Monday newsletter.
yeah, that following
Well,
Friday.
would work.
let's vote on this and then
yeah, we keep
figure
coming
out
back.
the other part.
Well, we have a motion on the floor that I think that we need to tend to.
Yes.
Call the vote.
Are we ready?
Yes, please.
City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay, this unfinished business on, we've voted contingent on a CRA vote to purchase the new assets. We've got this existing asset. We don't have debt on these. These are paid for, right? They're not making any money. They're just plug-ins, right? Level dish, 220 volt plugs, I guess. And we've got a plan to try and reuse them, right? Or
Yeah,
try
we'll
to
keep 'em.
repurpose them in the
We'll
best.
keep them. Yeah, they're still in working order.
And so we're just moving them. And I think that it's important that the citizens know, where they're going. I agree. And I 100% agree that we have to communicate. I'm just for communicating at last night's council meeting. They voted to terminate them effective immediately.
Is that a motion, sir?
I move that we do exactly that. Yes, that would be.
Are we going to leave the city ones on?
The city,
Well-
they're going to Public Works, aren't they?
And there is one already installed at Public Works, so we wouldn't be cut off from ourselves.
They're cut off.
So we don't charge a vehicle here.
At this time, that wouldn't be a problem, no.
I'll second it. I'll second
Okay,
it.
doesn't mean you have to support it, but at least, okay, so a motion by myself, the mayor, and by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond to terminate the electric charging program tomorrow.
Are we going to put something in on?
We can certainly do that, yes, sir.
I don't think we need to add that to our motion. I think if Todd
We would do that
communicate
anyways. Yeah.
all those, and I will share it and help. And I'll watch comments and dive in there if it's appropriate and
Yeah.
try. But I'm very proud of what we did to try and get it going. And it had, and I was very excited when that was on the agenda when you first placed it, Councilmember Willis. And every day since then, I've tried to be as patient as I could. So I appreciate y'all.
So are you
So
going
the
to
motion-
put your card on the charging stations?
If that's what we need to know, I'll get a littering charge from the commander.
So the motion is to shut off tomorrow. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
And, yep, we got a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? Okay.
Just want to be sure it's communicated. We get it out there as quickly as possible.
If, we'll just say by close of business tomorrow, they'll be shut off. That gives us the day to get whatever communication out we can.
Call a
Good.
question?
Thank you. Yes, City
Call a
Clerk?
question?
Councilmember Davis?
Against?
Councilmember Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. And thank you all. This is exciting, really. Thank y'all. And thank you for your time. Look forward to
Thank you for being
taking
patient
the
with
next
us.
steps. All right.
Mayor, before we completely leave this item, the CRA board is scheduled to meet next on September 20th. And we could certainly have these items brought back to that. I mean, unless the CRA board wishes to meet sooner. And if there was a desire for that, perhaps the 8:15 council meeting would be, but we've already got a budget hearing on that day too. So unless I hear from the CRA board, a member requesting a meeting, board is planning to meet again on September 20th.
So we can't move forward with anything until after the CR.
Right.
Did we ever get any kind of idea of the workload, how long it would take them to turn around and start on a project?
It was from start to finish, 30 to 90 days.
No, but I mean, when would they queue us up?
Oh, October 1st.
October 1st?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much, the project would start immediately.
Hey, John.
Just a question, if the CRA board is gonna meet on September 20th, what decisions could be made that might not allow us time to update the budget, because on September 20th, we're out of time?
Well, the only agenda items would be these ones that impact the CRA board and any annual required items. So we would have knowledge, we have knowledge now of what could impact based on tonight's council meeting.
If we can, if we can determine that, and if we kind of know that the CRA board is going to approve, then we can get that loaded in the budget.
Sure, well,
Because the 20th of September is,
here's what we know. We've got 2/3 of this $120,000 purchase. We've also got that portion that we designated for the Joe Bear contract for Veterans Memorial Park. So we just plug those into that agenda, and we shouldn't have any other surprises. Yeah, it's a 15-minute meeting.
it's a formality. Okay, I'm just want to make sure, because that would be a tremendous bump in the road if we try to change the budget.
Is there any other date that would be available for a 15-minute meeting?
That's why I was suggesting if council wanted to you're going to be getting together on August 15th anyways. But you've got a budget hearing at 5 and the council meeting at 6. That would be
Or could we meet at 4:30 and just have that one thing on the agenda?
that's up to a member of the CRA board to mention.
A yes or no answer for,
I think I want to do it as soon as possible, but I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. We got a lot. And I also want to make sure that, our city has got enough time to do a good job and not feel this pressure, like, got to get it done now. But if they're saying, no, you're actually hurting us by going longer out, then I wouldn't want to do that, or we miss out like on some incentive, like you talked about stormwater, or the LID project. If it's nothing like that.
I just see these 2 items on there as a consent approval for a CRA board meeting. It's that quick. So it can be on the 20th.
approved it, is just the amount of money from the CRA.
Okay.
And if that's the only thing on the CRA meeting, done in 10 minutes.
So how would that, it would be August what?
There's, the next CRA board meeting is scheduled for September 20th. If the CRA board wanted to meet sooner, if they wanted to, I would suggest August 15th because the council's meeting that day.
And then but we have a 5 PM budget workshop that day?
Yes, sir.
It says if needed, so you kind of need to confirm that you're gonna have this.
Let's assume we have it, and we got a 6 PM regular council meeting, and then how do we work this CRA meeting in that? Like a 30-minute, we could do like
Why
a
can't we do
4:30
15?
CRA, or is that how, we're literally gonna do 3?
Set it any time you want.
If it's just to approve 2 items, why can't we do it at 4:45? 4:45. We have 2 items to approve. We've already talked about it. We've already given our consent. So we just need to formalize this. Come to the meeting. Okay, 4:45, 15 minutes.
Don't
that's it.
forget public participation is also on that agenda.
Yeah, so
Yes.
4:30.
I work, so that, you think about times, that makes it difficult for me.
Plus, the night before, we have Space Coast League of Cities. It's a lot.
And just 3
And we're
meetings.
just coming off from Florida League of Cities, 4 days. It's a lot. It's like 5 days in a row. It's the 14th, that's Cocoa Beach, so we'll be going to that. And then we're just coming off of 4 days from Florida League of Cities. It's a lot.
Okay.
We're just gonna
It's not
formalize it.
too, I mean, if we want to add this on, we've got a deadline to advertise for a CRA meeting, right? And
We
that's,
don't have to decide this tonight either.
right, so if we can, probably need to make a decision, think on it by the end of the week, and if anyone, if we can make
Email the
that
city
work.
clerk's office with the request, and we'll poll the board.
Yes, I think for the sake of tonight's meeting at 9:10,
Yes.
let's try to circle back on that. Is there anything else on that one? I mean,
Well, I'm here at 4:30, if we have to have it at 4:30.
on number 10?
No, sir.
Okay.
So there was a consensus to call a CRA special board meeting later, correct?
Yes.
Not necessarily a special one. There was no consensus on a special board meeting. The consensus is if a board member wants a meeting that is before September 20th, to email the city clerk's office, and then you'll poll the board members.
All right.
We're keeping it as is, but we're seeing the value of potentially moving it up to August, and if we all decide to act on it, we'll be in touch with you.
Legally, can we move forward with this project without the CRA board meeting? I mean, we've already given
Parking meters
the
is what it
approval.
reminds me of.
Yeah, the council could vote to fully fund both of those projects. And then the CRA can always vote to participate.
So there's a way that we can do this and meet September 20th. But the project can move forward without?
Yes, because we're not misusing funds because we're not even spending funds yet. We're just approving the project and it'll be built into the budget for 1 October. So you're not violating anything. As long as, like the attorney says, you go ahead and, give the nod, the CRA board gives the nod later, but there's no misuse of funds here.
All right, and then I just think that then we should keep to the September 20th meeting for the CRA. We have enough to do with the budget.
If we anticipate correctly that the board is going to just vote the
Okay.
SRA, then we're good to go. We could work that, we'll do what we have to do in August and get the budget squared.
If we need to move on these sooner, we'll obviously make it happen. I mean, just,
So, Anthony, do we need a motion to revise the funding to 100% from the city council, from the general fund of the city, and then we can bring it back to the CRA for taking on the 2/3 burden at the September meeting?
On the EV charging stations?
Yeah, yeah.
And the council could do that. How long is it gonna take to do a contract with that group?
I'm sorry, Anthony, say it again?
How long is it gonna take to do a contract with that group?
Nova charge.
Oh, it was very quick. It was a sales agreement. Just gotta sign it.
I don't think we need another motion because I think we've already said contingent upon CRA approval. And I think we can get that September 20th. And it could still move forward, correct?
Regardless, the project would always start after October 1st, so.
I think we're okay.
So, okay, so we can tell them to go, and if something happens and the CRA board membership turns over or changes their mind between now and September 20th, we can say stop to Nova charge.
Yeah.
But you don't want to change on September 20th line because you have a CRA budget you have to approve on September 20th. So when you go lockstep and say, we're doing this, Mr. Dickey and I will already have a CRA budget to present to you that day that includes what we believe you're going to approve. So
we're fine.
don't change your mind.
Well, but we also, and I asked this to Zach, is what's the timing to do a contract? I mean, is it gonna be, you want the city to enter into a contract before the CRA meeting?
Yeah, I would probably wait till after it, would you not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't formally
So that takes us back to the city council taking 100% out of the general fund. And then just, we know we're going to bring back an item for the CRA board to take on 2/3 of it in September.
Because the contract's is gonna be between the city and Nova. So if we're gonna enter into a contract before the CRA meeting, if for some reason the CRA doesn't want to fund and the city is entered into the contract, we want to ensure that either we can get out of this contract with, or the council's agreed to fully fund it. Okay, because this is acquisition of capital. I mean, what's coming to mind is, hate to bring it up, but the metered parking situation, right? So the council's gonna enter into a contract, then have funding secured.
That's why it was very simple. It was a 2 reading. That was an ordinance for 2 readings. There's risk. I think this was stemmed from your question on, hey, could we move? And you said, yes, you can fund it, but it still comes with some risk.
But we are the CRA.
Stranger things have
The
happened.
interest of the CRA board.
It is a separate entity, so.
Yeah, well, and you should put your CRA hat on, and the CRA will survive, yes.
Also talk with the CRA board tonight, to each other. and they can all- Oh, that's right, you can't do that, you can't talk to yourself.
Okay. Well, that was a electrifying conversation.
Oh, boy. Time to go home.
Okay, we are at item number 10. Can we move on to 11?
Well, we still have to.
Wait. Need consensus?
We voted.
What are we going to do about the CRA?
We're gonna wait till the 20th.
20th, and what I'm saying is if we need it sooner, just any council member tomorrow can say, hey, let's go ahead and do that meeting, or if staff says, hey, we should do that meeting. Yes. Yeah. Yes. And, yeah, so if we need to act sooner, I think we got flexibility in this, and we're not jumping too soon.
We just won't sign any contract until after this matter is settled, which could be next month.
No contract.
Okay. Next item, number 11, is to appoint one council member to the city's internal local roads committee. Todd, do you want to?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is something that I want to do. Local Roads Committee, it starts with something that Mayor and I actually talked about several years ago about how are we managing our inventory of our own local roads. And what I mean by that is the roads that are in city right-of-ways. So that does not include A1A, it does not include private roadways. And I think we can do a better job. So we've got a hodgepodge of information about statuses and, of roads, but also this committee would not only be the keeper of all that data about our condition of our roads, also that would include data on the infrastructure within those roadways, and then make recommendations on when that should be evaluated or replaced or updated. This is long-range planning stuff. Having a committee of a few talented staff members who already are very familiar with these roads from right-of-ways, I think is going to be a good thing to make recommendations to City Council about how we budget our road improvements and repairs and any other things that come up related to roads. So having a local roads committee is something I want to do already. But this request is to add a city council member to that committee, so that city council member could be a liaison with the city council, also a liaison with the community, and establish that connection and really give it some weight when the recommendations come from a seated council member. So the scope of the Local Roads Committee is addressed in the agenda item, what we plan to do, and it's a quarterly meeting. It would be publicly advertised, so the public's involved at any time this committee meets. And if the council member couldn't make it, or if a staff member couldn't make it, it doesn't mean the committee couldn't meet. We're not under any kind of statutory regulations for quorum. Lexi, did I cover everything on that?
I think just about. Yeah, I think just about. If anything was not covered, it's a little bit easier to maybe have it posed as a question, than to kind of knock around the memo and figure out what wasn't covered.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to add was this would be a body that would make recommendations on the Presidential Streets Master Plan implementation as well. So they would take community input on that as well and bring it back to the city council in the form of a recommendation. So my thought was if there were nominations for a council member to be seated on this committee, the council could vote on who that person would be.
In that case, I'd like to make a nomination, Councilmember Willis, who's in the past been involved in all our roadways and FDOT and stuff like that, and I think he'd be the perfect man.
I'll second it.
Okay, we're on agenda item number, we're on agenda item number 11 here is to appoint one council member to the city's internal local roads committee. I've got a motion by council member Davis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond to appoint, I believe the appropriate word is one council member, which is council member Don Willis. Any discussion on that debate? I just want to comment on it. Go ahead.
Sunshine law, we don't want to violate sunshine law, so it's not really a voting member, it's just a recommending body.
The city council member that's going to be appointed, is they're going to be a liaison or a voting member?
Liaison.
Okay. I would recommend a liaison,
Yeah,
not as a voting member.
to be clear, this local roads committee is not a voting body.
But
That's
they
why,
would make recommendations by
Making a-
consensus.
Well, they're making a recommendation to the city council, as I understand this, right?
yes, but it wouldn't necessarily be by vote. It would be something that is posed for feedback, kind of like putting together an agenda item per staff or department.
But what we would do is the work product of this local roads committee in no case shall involve a vote of the seated council member.
Correct.
The committee is going to be making recommendations to the city council, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my recommendation would be, and this is a technicality, that the council member just be a liaison to your group. Now, your group is gonna have to advertise, have an open public meeting, take minutes, okay? And regarding the subject matter of the committee members cannot communicate with one another unless they're in an open public meeting. So that's why I'm advising, if you're gonna want a council member on that, then the council member's just a liaison. So they can communicate daily as they do now, with staff members regarding the subject matter that the committee is going to be engaged in.
That makes sense. So it's appointing a council member as a liaison to the local roads committee.
I don't think you need to. I think.
No, the council member is never referred to as a voting member in the document.
So you're clarifying that this appointment is just a liaison?
Yes.
Not a voting member of this committee. In other words, staff would like to have a council member in attendance when they meet and they discuss these matters.
That's it.
Yeah, if you, on the final portion of the memo, see under meetings, council member representative is responsible for, and there is no voting component to it. It refers to liaison, facilitation, and providing updates at meetings as needed.
So we're good. The motion was, what was the motion, Mia?
To appoint.
Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you. Yep, so that's motion on the floor. My motion by Councilmember Davis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem to nominate Councilmember Willis. My comments are, I think any of us would be great. I think some of us, I agree, Councilmember Willis is focused on roads, so that makes sense. What I don't want to do is overcomplicate it. This is something we talked about. But I like that the idea of if it's 6 meetings, I mean, continuity is important, but my thought, a little outside the box, was, hey, you're going to have 6 meetings. The first roads committee meeting would great to make a sunshine law meeting, just all of us. And that's your aggregating meeting because we've all got our load of roads and issues and to try to get some focus. And then we're all done. And then you have 5 remaining meetings and each one of us try to sit in on one meeting a year. And we act as, hey, it's my month to be the liaison and it's your month. And that way it's more of it's not a position, it's just having one person from the council there, just like you have one person at a P and Z board meeting, right? And it's
I
more
was
of
looking
that.
for continuity and work product continuity.
It might be difficult for, as each council member comes in, they have to play catch-up and all that kind of stuff, where one person will have continuous information.
Okay. How many times, so what does this vote do? It creates the committee?
No, I'm already creating the committee as an administrative function.
So this is an administrative committee
Yes.
that is chaired by you?
No, it's actually going to be chaired by Lexi and Kyle. Well, whoever's not in attendance, it won't be.
Okay, so they're both co-chairs, but is there, one of them, okay, I get the point. Basically, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 city staff members, and then 1 elected official. And that's it?
Sheriff's Department?
Well, yes, I mean, sheriffs, fire department, capital projects, administrative financial services, that's an expensive meeting.
It's a robust committee, but we want to
It
make
is
sure we get
awesome. I
all
love it. I'm not
angles.
complaining. I'm just saying there's some good brains in that room who are working on real problems. And so I'm thinking, hey, this is great, but where are the citizens? Or at least having one citizen
It's a
representative.
public, it's always going to be a public meeting, so every citizen can come to it. And
Do they vote?
there's not, it's just a recommendation based on consensus of the committee, right?
How can they make a recommendation without voting?
Think of it similarly to a recommendation coming from staff, just like it would come from a department.
But we
This
want
is-
to open it to the communities because
Yeah.
we want to hear from the community at all these meetings.
So this is a roads administrative committee that you want to have a council member have the opportunity to sit on.
Yeah.
And like you would have your Monday morning meetings or your kickoff. meetings.
Not unlike, or a design review committee.
Well,
Right,
then-
that's a publicly noticed, minutes kept meeting for a specific purpose, but it's not a voting, there's no vote that comes out of it. But it is open to the public and it does involve the fire department, the police department, engineering, planning, like it involves multiple departments, but there's not necessarily a vote that comes out of it, but there is still action and information given to the developer.
I think the cleaner way to look at it, Mayor, would be the recommendation would come from me to the city council with input from this committee.
Yes, just like you have the ability to create a finance committee
Yeah, but
by code. You can create that, you appoint them, but that recommendation is with you. Would
Yeah.
it structure the language in the finance committee for city manager? Is that good? I mean, is there anything there that could indicate how we structure this? Because I hear this, I don't want to, I think we're trying to avoid any changes in the code, right? You just want to create an
this
administrative.
has nothing to do with code.
Right. But the fact that that exists in the code doesn't mean that you have to follow that process again. Let's just pass on it. Frankly, I don't even care if you answer right now because I'm excited about this and I just want to know, we can move forward with whoever. We could circle back to I didn't mean that rude. I just meant that as just, this might be a little green. And and I don't want to get ourselves in a situation. So if we want to move forward with the recommendation and we believe it's structured okay, and city attorney's comfortable, and I can attend this meeting, I can attend this meeting if Councilmember Willis is there, but it's open to the public. This is where I'm confused. I don't know if this has been thought out or I'm missing something.
Yeah, what if I wanted to
Yeah,
attend,
it
if I
just-
can't attend because of
I want it to function the way you're trying to make it function. Don't hear me say, I actually don't know if the public notice hinders it more. It just take
Well,
minutes.
I look at it like this way. Council members are members of the public. As long as you're not actively communicating on items that are going to be coming before the city council, you're not violating sunshine law. But if you happen to sit at a staff committee meeting that's open to the public and listen, I don't see a violation with that, to hear the things that the committee's discussing.
Will minutes be taken?
Yes.
Will video be taken?
Yes. No,
Really?
no.
You plan to do video?
I
wouldn't plan to do video.
Oh, no.
I'm not ready to vote on this yet, and I think a lot of work's been done, but I think as far as Councilmember Willis, absolutely, I'm fine on that. I think we got maybe a few other little kinks to work out of this to make sure that we're not putting any council member or any of us in a weird position. So I just want to make sure that,
There's no rush on this. We can
Yes.
always kick this down to the next month, and that's no harm, no foul.
okay, well, thank you. And did anyone ask, are you willing to serve, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anyone else who, as far as an alternate goes or things like that, do we want to establish that? If so?
I think there's a need to.
Okay.
But if we want to table this item to next month, we can do that, Mayor.
We have a motion on the floor to approve this.
Yep. I'm fine with approving the appointment, and you, I think, control when the first meeting happens.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We good? So we got the motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Mayor Pro Tem to appoint Councilmember Willis. Any other discussion or debate? Okay, seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
For.
Councilmember Kellum?
For.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
Or
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all. Everyone doing okay? We're at 9:32 p.m. We are now to the items for discussion. I don't think we're going to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items in 20 minutes. But yes, let's just make sure we stop at 9:50 is the real hard stop, which is in 17 minutes, and try to get it done with 10 minutes left over. So Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, I believe yours is the first one.
yes.
Item number 12.
All right, I'm requesting the approval to add Juneteenth to the list of paid city holidays. It is an approved federal holiday. It is to honor African-American cultural heritage, and I feel that we can, again, do something and be a model for some other cities. And I think that we should just go ahead, and hopefully everybody's read this. It's June 19th. We don't have another paid holiday in the month of June, so I think this would work out very well. And I think it would be much appreciated by our city employees, especially our African-American city employees. So this is why I'm requesting it. And hopefully you've prepared and read the materials about this. So I'd like to just make a motion that we do this. Make Juneteenth a paid holiday for city employees, June 19th.
Okay. I think you want a motion
Yes.
to approve.
Well, there's the operative thing would be a resolution, I think, Anthony?
Direct staff to draft a
So
resolution.
we'd have to bring a resolution back to the city council.
All right, I'd like to direct staff to draw a resolution to make Juneteenth a paid holiday for city employees.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Raymond, second by Councilmember Davis. A couple of questions. what are there, 8 holidays, 9 US holidays, including Juneteenth, all of them?
The total paid is 11, I think,
Oh, it's on, hold on.
My question is, are there any other national holidays that city employees do not already get off? Is this the only one?
I believe Columbus Day we do not get off.
Columbus Day. I don't have it. Here we go.
Okay, so the holidays observances are New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day. Now that it does say Columbus Day there, Mia.
No, that's the national holidays.
Oh, those are
but-
the federal holidays.
Yeah.
Okay,
but we
the
don't-
mayor's asking the city's
I
holidays.
don't have that.
That's not on here.
Federal holiday is from the Washington DC, right? The president.
So here we go. It's on attachment 3 to this item.
Okay.
Attachment 3, so with New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day,
Yep.
President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, day after Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The ones in bold there.
Yep. So are there any, 11 you said are on, that we recognize, and how many federal holidays are there? I'm trying to look that up, unless we know it.
It's on that piece of paper.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, also 11. There's 11 in red on here, Mia. You're saying the ones in red are the federal
Columbus
holidays?
Day.
I believe so. It's off the internet, I'm assuming.
9, 10, 11 federal holidays.
And we have 11 off?
We have 11 now.
So that means we have one that's not a federal holiday? Or it's a, or we,
It is a national holiday.
Well, there's information in the summary that talks about
I
that.
think the eve and the, Christmas Eve and Day is the, are those both recognized as federal holidays?
Christmas Eve is not federal.
Then there it is. So if we add the Juneteenth, that'll go to 12 day. There's 11 federal holidays. The city of Cape Canaveral adds Juneteenth, and now we have 12 days off. Is that?
It would be 12 for us.
Yes.
So all of the federal holidays are being taken except Juneteenth.
And Columbus
No,
Day.
Columbus Day is not. They
And
work
there's
on
11 of
Columbus
them?
Day.
Yep. So we've got,
So then day after Thanksgiving is the second one, found the other one, right? So it's Christmas and day, we're double, there's 2 days off there. Yes, the day after, right? Okay, so that's how we got there. So it is, in my opinion, that, obviously, days off and on, I think that this is fully within the purview of our city manager, and he has to manage the days and the times. My recommendation, that is, if you're giving federal holidays off, you should probably consider all of them and maybe make adjustments elsewhere, but that's it. I support supporting the federal holidays, all of them. And I think that's fine. But I do think that's a city manager decision, unless we're gonna set the work calendar for city staff. Or just recognize the holidays. I'm fine. I just think if we're gonna do it, we should recognize them all. And it might be more efficient to say all federal holidays, because at some point, we're gonna have so many holidays, we're just, and what happens in 250 years when you got, 25? It's like some great things are gonna happen between now and then, and I'm not being silly, but I think that would be my recommendation, is
So
to
we call the
yield to the city
Call the
manager.
question on this so that we can get moving. Okay.
I agree. I think if we're going
This
to take
calls for
all
the creation
federal
of an
holidays, then
ordinance.
we should take Columbus Day as well. And, I don't, the fact that we have Christmas Eve off and Christmas Day, that's an extra holiday that we're paying, or paying people that aren't here, which is great for their families, but, I think if it's going to be all federal holidays, it should be Columbus Day as well. And can we afford that in the budget to have people not working and paying them.
This isn't about Columbus Day. I mean, we're just talking about Juneteenth, and this is what was on the agenda. So, I mean, we're just talking about Juneteenth. So I don't think that this has anything to do with Columbus Day. I mean, right now, we aren't talking about giving that a day off necessarily.
Well, why
So-
should we give off June 19th and not Columbus Day if we're observing federal holidays?
We never have observed Columbus Day
Well,
as a city.
well,
And so that's not part of this discussion, really.
I think, in order to help, I think the proposal was made by the mayor that maybe instead of approving Juneteenth, maybe we should be approving all federal holidays, which would include Juneteenth and Columbus Day.
Sort of timeless, and it allows, but I also will throw a layer of protection there, I think, for you to say, wait a minute, you need to be able, I guess, how were these days decided that the city offices are closed? I assume that's fully within your purview too.
Yeah, I inherited this.
And you can delegate. So this is, the bolded is Todd's decision. I think that's a good thing. And so really, you're asking the council to mandate that Todd does something, and I think everyone's okay with it, but I don't know if it's our role to do this. That was my point. And I think that Todd's got to maintain that autonomy and control on scheduling, but I agree with you. I think,
I see.
Yeah, I think
understand.
that he also, it's the day-to-day work schedule that the council's not in charge of that. The city manager is, so I agree with that as well. I'm just saying if we're taking federal holidays, we need to take them all.
but I think you bringing it to the attention has helped. 'Cause yeah, okay, so what do you want to do? I think that we have a motion on the floor to direct city staff to give that day off, and do you got a motion in a second? Just do we want to call the roll, or do you want to rescind?
Like, are we saying that it's the city managers or, okay.
Are we asking for a resolution?
I can't approve a resolution.
Well,
But he can't
Because-
approve days
is this,
off.
are you going to make a decision on Juneteenth?
I am going to consult with the city attorney before I answer that.
It's just weird to me because like he set all these dates and then we're taking like his schedule and we're saying, hey, add this one on. And I think that's fine.
I think that these have been notable dates and holidays in the city of Cape Canaveral for many years.
Yes.
And this is interesting. We have a motion on the floor. We can call the question if it's okay, if it's legal.
Motion on a discussion item. We're making a motion on a discussion item?
We can do that.
You can,
You
I
can.
don't like it because, you wanted public, but this was,
In my opinion, this requires further research before we can make an actionable, intelligent decision on it. Right now, this came to us as a council member agenda item. We didn't prepare it, we didn't study for it, I don't know what the operative thing is an ordinance, is a resolution, or is it something the city manager can do? I'm not familiar with this. I would want time to research this.
All right, that's fine. We can rescind it. We can rescind.
Okay.
It's fine. Okay, we agree on that. Fine.
Okay.
Discussion. That's fine.
okay. But I think discussion items have a purpose. Now, it does move this forward and I think we can bring it.
It
You
makes-
can update us.
We'll
or
certainly
let
do
us
some
know.
It makes you
research.
aware of it. That's
Yep.
what it does. And
refresh me, City Attorney, on rescinding this discussion item. Motion was made. Do we need
With
it?
unanimous consent of the council, you
Okay.
can just dispense with it.
All right.
Unless somebody's adamant they want to vote on it.
A motion to dispense? Okay. Move to dispense it?
Well, as long as none of the council members
Any-
object to dispensing,
Anyone
it's dispensed.
oppose
It's okay, it's fine.
All right,
the
There's
dispense?
consensus.
Okay.
it's consensus.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, item number 13.
All right. All right, one moment, please.
No smoking in city
No
parks and the beach.
smoking, yes. This has been bothering me for a long time. There was a new state law passed last year, Attachment 1. Hopefully you've read this. We may have to check with Anthony. Indian Harbor Beach City Manager Mark Ryan was instrumental in getting the law passed. This would eliminate harmful smoke and cigarette butts all over, especially at the beach. Butts are harmful to the wildlife, especially sea turtles. It's that inside filter, I believe, that has some plastics that's very harmful. And I watch this constantly. People just take that cigarette butt and just throw it right near the water. I watched it last Sunday. Due to the wording of the municipal code, perhaps it should be called tobacco-free zones where children are, for instance, in the city parks, beaches, and Friday fests. Smoking areas will be provided. Beach access areas where ash cans are located on the crossovers can be a designated smoking area for city parks, and we would also have a designated Friday Fest area. I've talked to people in Indian Harbor Beach, where Mark Ryan was city manager, and he told me that that was the most important thing, as long as people had a place to go to smoke. And since we already have those ash containers there at the crossover, I think that that might be a place. I see a lot of people smoking at Friday Fest, and children are present. And I really don't think it's a good model of behavior for children at this point. And I don't think it's healthy. And I don't think it's healthy in our parks to have people smoking. And you can look at the new Florida law that has the smoking bans in public beaches and public parks. And Clearwater, it's been very, very successful. It has been, and they've also outlawed some of the vaping. And the police have worked on this by giving information, and also the hotels on the beach have distributed the information. And it's been very, very well received. So I'm bringing it up.
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing up, probably, there's a gentleman who has committed a lot of his time. Mark,
Former city manager from Indian Harbor Beach, Mark Ryan. And he really has a lot. He's the one that pushed this forward. And then I've also talked to Stu Glass, who is still a council member in Indian Harbor Beach, and he explained to me how it was done, and they've been very successful. They haven't had any problem with this.
okay. So what do we want to do here? Just discuss
It's a discussion item.
a ban? But I mean, it sounds like you're in favor.
I'm in favor of it, but I want more. I think we probably do need to do more research, look at the Muni Code. And in the Muni Code, it's referred to not non-smoking, tobacco-free zones. So,
Okay, so currently, this looks like an opportunity to maybe enhance some of the rules in our parks in regards to smoking. And yes, I think anything that we can do there would be good.
the cigarette butts are all over the place. I get disgusted when I see this, and I really do. I bike ride all over the city, so I know where cigarette butts are. And it's really sad, and I cannot stand seeing this on the beach.
That is the item we find the most when we conduct trash pickups on the beach,
Yeah,
by and large. It's the most littered item on the planet, the cigarette butt.
yeah, it's bad. And there's a gentleman that goes through here and picks them up as well. And he's put up, bumper stickers and stuff, and kind of similar to our humor, no butts. But, they're everywhere. And I think the volunteers we talked about as well, and having, a cigarette butt focus, moves slower, but there's a lot of them out there. So anything we need to do here, Mayor Pro Tem Raymond?
No,
Yes. and
not at all.
If there's anything we can
I
do with the
mean-
council,
Mayor, if this was to potentially turn into an action item for the council could by consensus direct staff to, say, prepare a memo on how we might implement this in our city parks for city council. And that could be just something we would come up with and could just email to each of you, say, here's what we could do. And then you're armed with that information. You could meet again on the topic and make a formal direction.
I like it. So from discussion, it can go to a memo.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's a good idea. I'm just very conscientious about heaping more and more work on the staff. I'm very conscientious and
Agent memo.
sorry about that, but I do want to say that I feel bad about that.
We're here to work for the council.
I know that, but sorry.
The city code currently makes it unlawful to consume any tobacco product in the city park, which includes the city beach, provided there are no smoking tobacco-free areas actually created. So there's implementing language already in the parks regulations for the city. There would just need to be some directive to create these no smoking areas.
Signs.
Signs,
So we're looking at adding signs to it, not any kind of enforcement.
Well, there's a code that makes it unlawful, provided that there's there's no smoking area created or like a tobacco and smoke-free area. So, I mean, the state law now clearly authorizes municipalities to adopt these areas. So, I mean, you have implementing language in the code already. It just takes, I think, some direction and an administrative action to put up proper signage.
Similar to no bicycles on sidewalks, right? No dogs on the beach. Okay. Hey, look at there. It's getting better. I think a memo would be great, or it sounds like the memo has begun.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we would gather our facts in a memo of what our current tools are and try to put some maybe rough costs on a program if we were to do something.
Good deal. All right, well, I think when that comes back, we'll accept it. No rush, obviously, and priorities first. So I don't think the council's saying we want this right now, but when we get to it, it'd be a good thing for our community, and the enabling ordinance or whatever, our city attorney just gave us a clear path, so thank you. I think I'm going to move as fast as I can through the remaining items here. 954. Coyote management plan is very simple. There was a proposed, I think Mia or Todd, back when this was first starting, there was some attachment, Humane Society came up with some proposed management plans. So we're on item number 14, of the agenda, and this is regarding the coyotes. And so the last time we spoke, we talked about some things we can do. One idea city manager spoke about was, getting FWC representative, and I think that's going to be happening.
Yeah, we expect that within the next month, a public presentation from a representative from FWC.
And so I think our timing is good before the next, I guess, mating season. November is when we'll see, and when it gets hot, starts to slow down. So now's a good time. And it really just, I think, I haven't heard anything. We don't want to do anything, harmful by removing. But one idea was to look at that management plan. And so the link. This would have made this a extremely long agenda packet had we sent these, but the electronic version of this, if you can get it, the top one, attachment number 1, the Coyote Management Plan, and I've got one printed copy here, and I can just leave that in the council's office or the mayor's or city clerk, whatever's appropriate. There's a model resolution. I think they got some ordinances in there. And legislatively, my request, is there anything that we can do? There, to mine, there's not a lot, but they've got, a little step we can take. And if we take that step, thank you for pulling that up. I found this to be a very friendly template, but towards, I believe, the back, and the advocacy toolkit is similar to this. There's a proposed ordinance, and there's other things that what other cities are doing. And education's a big part of it. They've got some guidelines, and these are more administrative. But it talks about, all right, you've got an incident. Somebody's reported a coyote. Here's how you handle it. Did they actually see a coyote? Let's not exaggerate what happened. And so those internal processes and procedures underneath some sort of, overarching governing ordinance to say, we want an educated, well-informed community, but we also want to draw the line here. Some sort of nuisance or excessive, food or things that are out in the yard that are, feeding excessive feral cats. Our existing ordinance or code probably already has enough there. The more I thought about, like that, if somebody is putting cat food all out, is that a violation? Could that be interpreted? If not, it didn't really matter to me because I felt that this was a good opportunity to educate them on why you don't want to do that. And so I never thought about the ordinances that way, but sometimes they do tell us why. And so it's like, for these reasons, right, leaving cat food out in excess, that's what some of the other cities have done. I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent, but that was my hope. So I'll stop there.
It's an interesting article with the hazing and the effective use of loud noises or, just to make sure that they just go away from humans and pets. And there are some good suggestions there.
And thank you for pulling up those 2 local ordinances. Yeah, they got a leash law, which may not be applicable. And so if we've turned over the few stones, the great information we have in front of us, I think we can get this put behind us. Maybe 1 or 2 more meetings it's brought up, and hopefully next year we can see an improvement on how we're managing and handling very stressful coyotes. That is all I had, and we're at pretty much the end of time. So if we are going to extend, I don't think we're clearly going to have enough time to extend to do it all. The life safety discussion, A1A, we had another death on A1A, I believe. We also had a very high acute number of rescues on the beach. I think the news from Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, 70 or something, 100 rescues over a very short period of time. And I think we had a few drownings and deaths. And so short term, if there's anything we can do, whether it be putting out some of these Rotary Club events, the city manager and I talked about that. Anything short-term with FDOT on where that we can learn about that accident and that death that happened. Other than that, that's really all I wanted to talk about. So number 17 or 16 is a sign code. Our sign code, there's an email left off between David Dickey and years back and Officer Palmer, and we kind of got to a point where like, yeah, we probably should look at the sign code, and it was like, one day we'll do it. Well, my hope is that we can look at that again. That's all I wanted to do there. I think the sign code has some improvements.
And Mayor, that's on election signs?
That's just, well, I want to actually get away from singling out the election
Right,
signs.
okay.
And so that's why I called it, I think that that actually causes more stress.
Okay, but it's the temporary sign portion of the sign code you're talking about.
Probably.
Okay.
Yes, but I might be questioning, this might be a slow boat thing, because it's signs, when you start to unpack it, it's got to go through P and Z, it's a big thing. But every year, the reason you're bringing up elections is, yes, it is stressful for candidates and citizens and understanding the 30-day rule. So if I started somewhere, I would start right there, because that's what I know really well, and I think we've all know it pretty well, and we can see how that goes. And the last item, discussion on community development. 10 o'clock, I have the majority of the complaints and the issues that I deal with fall within these areas, and I don't think that's unique. But I've had a talk with the city manager, and I do not know what we need to do, but we are in the budget. And there are issues, there are projects, there are things happening in the city that do not make sense to me within this area. And it's either a legislative opportunity to fix some codes, which we're doing, but I've got to a point to where I've got these projects that I'm not happy with where we are as a city, and they're really starting to delay residents who want to move forward. And without getting too much into details, I don't want to see those delays happen anymore. And I feel that the rest of the council should understand some of these issues. And so I will communicate, continue one-on-one with the city manager, but the most appropriate time to do that would be at a meeting. We're out of time tonight, but my hope is to have a conversation with the council and to say, I think we all could need some help here. I don't think I'm the only one who's dealing with this. It's not about anything other than fixing the issues and the challenges around resolving issues.
Excuse me, Mayor. I just was wondering if, when you put the discussion agenda item forward, could you just give us a little more detail on exactly what you're getting at so that we can understand what you're talking about? So if you can put that on for the next meeting in August, just give us more details. Thank you.
Okay. I'm happy to put more details on that when I
Because it's just hard to understand what you're talking about. Exactly.
understood. The issues are ones that I don't have all the information, and so I don't want to really put that out there until I have a chance to work with them. But I've been working on some of these for a long time, and I don't want this budget to go through and all these projects happen and we still got some challenges here. So that's as short as I can say it. And I think 10:03, we are clearly past. Anything else, or we can adjourn? Anything pressing?
Nothing pressing.
I would just like to say, before we adjourn, that the American Legion VFW, and hopefully partnering with the city, is doing our first Veterans Day Parade on November 11th. There's an organizational meeting at the VFW on Thursday at 11. If you'd like to come in and see what's going on, you guys are more than welcome to come.
The parade in Cape Canaveral?
Yeah, yep.
Where?
It's it's in the organizing stage.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's a lot of work to do, so. But I just wanted to let everybody know, if you'd like to come to the meeting, it's at the VFW at 11 on Thursday.
VFW 11 Thursday,
This Thursday.
11 a.m.
Yes.
Thank you.
Coffee with a Cop, August 7th, Cherry Down Park.
August 7th, Cherry Down Park. Coffee with the Cop,
Be there. Yep, 9 to 10 a.m.
9 to 10 a.m. Great. Anything else? Thank you all. We got through a lot of items. Never have enough time, but we are moving forward. With that, we'll go meeting adjourned.